We back. We back. Playboy Prada. Trap Star. Hey, what it is, Dave? Hey, yo, we back now, man. I got off a little late. You know, I be trying get halfway home at least before I go live. You know, but it should be glitching. But we back, man. Diddy back to his old ways, y'all. God damn it, Diddy. Diddy back to his old ways, y'all. I thought Diddy moved past Wild King nights and the domestic violence aspect of it, but we was wrong. I was wrong, y'all. I've been joking for the last couple days about Diddy and Jane Doe and how Diddy was gonna do Jane Doe for playing around like she was playing. And I was like, yo, she's so lucky. If this was motherfucking, hold on. Hold on. If this was 2011 Diddy, she got her ass whipped. Gonna find out. 2024 Diddy was still whipping ass. I thought it stopped in 2012, 2013. What? 2024 Diddy was on the same shit, man. God damn it, Diddy. Then we got Ceddy Nash, CSI Ceddy. What's up, Edward? What's up, Benji? Man, CSI Ceddy Nash put out a heartfelt apology to the Rollin 60s. Yeah, that nigga put out a heartfelt apology to the Rollin 60s, man. To the whole set. You know what I mean? On Hustlers. To the whole set, man. But that boy Woody got the whole hood looking bad. You got Woody prancing around the hood, though. He a goddamn certified rat. What's up, G-Man? So we're going to talk about that. We're going to go through the Diddy trial. YouTubers out here getting killed for content purposes. This shit getting out of control, man. You got two YouTubers beefing on live, killed the other YouTuber, killed the girl. Like, god damn, what the fuck that beef was about? I gotta go check out their page, man, see who the fuck they is and what the fuck they had going on, because I never heard of them. Whatever it was real. God damn. And the LA riots still LA riots. But the riots is going on in so bad people need big client. If not, there you go. You know what I mean? Let them figure it out. May the best man win. That's my take on that. Yeah, we got Vlad TV snitched on Rick Ross. Salute to Byron Blake. I told him send me the paperwork. I'll get it myself and I'll send it though. But Vlad TV put in a police report on Rick Ross. Where Rick Ross put hands, well not Rick Ross, but when his people supposed to put hands and feet on him. Did him real dirty. That man went to the police. He ain't just filed a civil suit, he actually went to the police too. Then they say, well, you know, I wouldn't give out my content, you know. Feds can't look for my videos, I wouldn't give it to them. And yeah, you would, nigga, stop lying, nigga. Roughing ass. You give me anything to ask for, plus more. But yeah, we ready jokes here outside Ceddy. That man put out an apology. They probably I think CSI Ceddy got put out the set. He not an honorary 60s member no more. They put him out the set, man. Thought he was bigger than the program. He was real humble too, y'all. About the humblest I ever seen him. They should have told his ass do that shit on YouTube. I need you to make a YouTube video apologizing for disrespecting the hood. Brought a rat around. Yeah, man, somebody could have got bit. Got rabies and shit. Yeah, man. Somebody could have got seriously injured bringing Woody around. No, he's sneaky and dirty. You never know what his mind, what he up to. And then Woody will testify when he didn't ask you for, and then Woody will tell him he didn't ask you for bail money. He a different kind of nigga. Tell him, then call you like, yo, you got a lawyer, you got some lawyer money for me? No, I'm good goddamn well he implicated you in 35 crimes. He ready to knock on your door any minute now. That's Woody. But man, goddamn Diddy, man. Damn, Diddy. Can't believe he was still putting his hands on women in 2024, man. I thought that was the young Diddy. I don't think the defense got a chance to interview old Jane Doe yet. That might happen tomorrow. That might happen tomorrow. I can't wait. That's when the truth gonna come out. But he gave her opportunity to leave, like he was trying to save her. She must see the problem is she ain't know the real Diddy. She ain't know Diddy at the time of Ike Turner. She thought it was something that it wasn't. Thought she was in a relationship. Ain't no relationships with Diddy, man. It's only freak offs. You know? I actually think, y'all, to be honest, after she reneged on All-Star Nights, it was a wrap. I don't think they looked at it the same after that. I told y'all All-Star Nights, you know, that shit could have been epic for Diddy. That might have been his last freak off, you know, because how can you move past All-Star Nights? You know what I mean? You can't. What you gonna have Superstar Nights? Like I don't think you can get better than that. And she ruined it for him. I think ever since then, Diddy was like, oh no, fuck that. He just played for the last time. He out that bitch canceling meetings. He probably ain't go to sleep for 3 days thinking about that shit. And then she turned around and renege on him. Yeah, guy did rap. What he doing an interview about? I did see he did an interview, but I ain't watch it. What he was talking about? He said something about Woody. That's something that I'm really interested in. Should take on Woody, man. That I ain't really interested in. Hey G man, what he talk about? What did he say about his cooperating? Was he disgusted? Did he throw up? And what did he say, bro? About Woody cooperation skills. I think he's a hell of a cooperator. He'll probably did real good in school. Cooperating with others, like elementary, pre-K, where they grade you off your cooperating with other kids. That nigga probably did Mac him. That was the wrong way. Shit, I gotta turn around. Sneak out. That nigga a cooperate motherfucker, boy. If that nigga don't know how to do nothing else, he not cooperate with others. Especially law enforcement. I gotta stop at the gas station. Oh man, well I ain't interested. If you YSL and you do an interview and you don't discuss Woody, then what the fuck make the shit? That deserves a discussion in itself. We need to be discussing why that guy he ain't discussed Woody being a rat. Make me question him. I think he told you though. That's what niggas need to ask one of the YSL niggas. Yo, did y'all know it was this many rats in y'all crew? Like how the fuck did y'all survive a rat infestation? Like what you had a king rat and then there was a whole bunch of babies born? Like how? I never seen nothing like that before. Yeah, I never seen a whole crew tell. Like that shit was weird as a bitch. The whole crew. I don't think it was more than 4 of them niggas that kept it silent. Even the ones that went all the way, them niggas told to. At one point in time in life. Like that's why soul shit was crazy, y'all. Like I ain't gonna know. I don't think we'll ever see that again. That might be a once in a lifetime. That shit might go down in history. You be 80 years old, man. Remember when them wild soul niggas got locked up and they all told? Like every single one of them. That shit was strange. And then you got Thug talking about shit. I could see when you were a rat. You know, I could put people rat a mile away. Nigga, shit, no the fuck you couldn't. Not based off that trial. You couldn't see a rat if that motherfucker, if you had infrared glasses on, nigga. You had x-ray vision, you couldn't see a rat because you had an infestation all around you. Yeah, shit. If I was there, I wouldn't be fucking with none of them niggas. But the, you know what I mean? We gotta change the name. We can't even be called YSL no more. That shit went down in flames. You're the whole YSL brand. That shit went down in flames. Whenever you think of YSL, you gonna think of fucking Mickey Mouse, Master Splinter, one of them motherfucking rats. All that fucking telling them niggas did. Oh yeah. Big ass rats too. New York size. What's some things that be in New York? They ain't need rats, they some more other shit. Go ahead, them bitches around. My bad, man. Nigga taking all long and shit. Yeah, YSL, man. That I ain't never seen nothing like that before. Especially when you factor in. Like, you don't typically see a whole bunch of niggas tell on a millionaire. You feel me? But YSL wasn't no game. You know what I mean? That's really reality, yo. Niggas wasn't no gang. Niggas ain't even like Thug. The fuck? Niggas ain't fuck with Thug for real. If you did, they wouldn't have been doing the shit that they was doing. All them niggas is broke. That's why they told on them. Even though there ain't no excuse. Now, what a person do for you shouldn't be contingent on if you're gonna tell on a nigga or not, or keep it silent. I don't think that's how it's supposed to work. That boy's imitating Thug and all type of crimes for years, hanging with him. They need to make YSL leave Atlanta. The whole crew. Nigga, take your ass down to motherfucking Savannah with that shit. Augusta. I mean, with Augusta. Hey, Alvin, you like a motherfucking, I think Alvin the biggest Dirk fan ever in the world. I'm gonna tell you, I forgot about that. I'm glad you brought it up though. Yeah, Dirk denied bond again. The judge say only way you can get out is if you give us all your money. God damn. Yo, that's crazy as a black man, right? If you got too much money, you can't make bond. If you don't got enough money, you can't make bonds. So you just gotta be middle class. Only niggas get bonds. Only niggas that can make bond in the black community is middle class niggas. The only niggas getting bonds, man. Other than that, you ain't getting no motherfucking bond. Not as a black man. That shit dead. Hold up. That shit dead. You heard. They want all this money in this music. So they want that man to suffer. You gotta give us everything. You wanna get out this bitch. Why they ain't make the same? They just moving the goalpost. Yeah, they moving the goalpost, bro. Cause that's bogus. Cause 50 offered them, not 50. Diddy offered them 50 million. They denied his shit. So that ain't no excuse. Where the fuck am I standing at? There ain't no excuse for real. 50 offered them motherfuckers. Diddy offered them motherfuckers 50 million. They denied his package. 50 million. So I guess since Diddy worth 400 or $1 billion, his 50 million wasn't no good too. I'm ready to let y'all out. Hold up. Alright, hold up. Hey, shut your ass up. Now he on bullshit. Y'all can't play, huh? Not good at it. I didn't know the dogs went at. Look, it's a dot in there. You gotta zoom in. Hey, shut your ass up, Nico. Look, there's a dot right here. I don't even really like this dartboard for real, yo, because you can hit that bitch and that bitch still go out. Hey, shut up! See? I ain't good at it, bro. All I do is put holes in my wall. What up, yo? Why I don't get anything together? My internet, man. I need a new computer, y'all. Computer's starting to malfunction. I need to see my fucking mouse. The fuck my mouse go at? What do you think about? Shit, I don't give a fuck about it. To be honest, I told her that last night. Hey, boys figure that shit out, man. Yeah, man, we all, everybody got a fight over here in this country, y'all. No, but what it is, everybody got a fight, y'all. You know what I mean? We had our fight, they got theirs. And they not mutually exclusive. Like, is there no connection between the two? They'll figure it out. You know, if it's meant to be, it'll be. You're. Shit, we would fight over this. There we go. It's their time. We fought for them to come over here. I think we did enough fighting. I do know that, right? If it weren't for us, they wouldn't be over this bitch. Hey, shut your ass up. God damn it. Civil rights made it acceptable for them to come over. Derrick Grove's girlfriend arrested for helping them escape. Damn. They still locking people up for that shit. It's crazy. Check what Byron Blake did on 1090 or on 1090 Jake. While I get everything situated. Yo, my fucking mouse keep disappearing.
You want high performance tools? Long lasting tools? Affordable tools? You want Harbor Freight tools.
After making his appearance on Lockdown 23-1, 1090 Jake would be pushed to start his own YouTube channel. While there were people who doubted his stories from the beginning, there were also many people who were just by his ability to tell these stories graphically and make you feel like you were there while you were listening to him. Considering that 1090 Jake was only incarcerated for a short period of time, there are only so many stories he can tell. Despite the fact that 1090 Jake would like us to believe he started pulling paperwork on guys because he wanted to show who was real and who was fake as a gesture or a sign of his realness. I believe that 1090 Jake was just doing some regular old reporting, but the fact that he had the paperwork to go with what he was talking about made the audience lock in. And once he realized that the audience was locked in on that, then that's when the reinvention came and 1090 Jake became all about paperwork and exposing snitches. And even though he claims that he doesn't discriminate or have picks and chooses, on today's episode of 1090 Jake Exposed, we will be breaking down the Vlad TV agenda, which, in my opinion, is very similar to the Ceddy Nash agenda and gives us another great example of the fact that 1090 Jake is selective about whose paperwork he will touch and who he will call a snitch. I woke up today to the news that Vlad TV and Larsa Pippen were allegedly beefing because Larsa is tired of being mentioned by Vlad during his interviews. Vlad would respond with a series of tweets, one of which stated, Larsa is screwing a guy on the same team as her son, but I'm the loser. And the other one said something like, if you change your last name from Pippen to your maiden name, then I'll stop talking about you. This put me in the mind of the time that Vlad sued Rick Ross because Rick Ross and his crew allegedly jumped Vlad at a hotel in Houston after Vlad was allegedly responsible for leaking photos of Rick Ross dressed in a correctional officer outfit to the internet. If I'm not mistaken, Vlad is who they give the credit for releasing the information that Rick Ross was a correctional officer and providing the photos. Now, I gotta be honest, I don't have a beef with Vlad, but his response to Larsa wanting to not be mentioned by him was kind of contradictory to his character when compared to his response to Rick Ross and how Rick Ross reacted and responded to Vlad blogging about him and releasing a photo of him. I mean, telling a person that you're not going to stop talking about them, knowing that if they decide to try to force you to stop talking about them, you're going to take legal action. It's kind of like entrapment. We just got to call it what it is, entrapment. That leads me to wondering, how come the self-proclaimed paperwork guru, Mr. 1090 Jake, never covered this topic? I mean, this is one of the biggest rappers of our lifetime and one of the biggest hip-hop platforms of our lifetime. Not only is it relevant to the type of work that he does, but it's also a good topic. I mean, I'm pretty sure that topic would bring some much aware that 1090 Jake has become sort of a regular, if you'll call it that, on Vlad TV's podcast. But when I searched 1090 Jake and Rick Ross just to see what came up, I noticed that Jake had actually made a video where I guess he was exposing Rick Ross because Ross had apparently denied working as a correctional officer to the blog site allhiphop.com. Still, fans would call Jake out in the comment section of the video saying that they don't have a problem with him exposing people, but they think it's lame that he's doing it on behalf of Drake, implying Jake's reviving of this already old information was an attempt to insert himself into the beef between Rick Ross and Drake. After sitting back and observing and researching this situation, I came to the conclusion that Jake was what I said I believe he's been doing all along, which is weaponizing his platform. Just like he released this newspaper article and called it paperwork that proves that Larry Hoover is a snitch. And that was, in my opinion, motivated by the fact that he had issues with the GDs while he was incarcerated. I believe that this attack on Rick Ross's image, his character, his career was motivated by 1090 Jake's relationship Vlad TV and the fact that they are.
Mom loves that they have fresh strawberries on top. Kids love the chocolate. Try our new chocolate strawberry pancakes kids meal, just $4.99. Breakfast is better together at Bob Evans.
With street friends.
My bad,
So
y'all.
before I go further, let me give
Sorry, what
you
it
a
is?
quick recap of this beef and what all transpired. Now, after this alleged jumping, Vlad would take Rick Ross to civil court and file a lawsuit trying to get millions of dollars in damages. The nature of the action would state that this is an action to redress a brutal attack upon DJ Vlad engineered by Rick Ross, a platinum rap recording artist, with the purpose and intent to stifle his journalistic reporting and freedom of expression. Rick Ross, who painstakingly created his public persona to be that of a major drug dealer and gangster, in reality is a former correctional officer. DJ Vlad, in a respected member of the music community, hosts a hip-hop news website which commented upon these facts. With calculated planning, Rick Ross lured DJ Vlad to a meeting for the purpose of obtaining retribution. At that meeting, Rick Ross's entourage of thugs carried out Rick Ross's wishes in his presence and severely beat DJ Vlad, causing permanent bodily injury. As a result, plaintiff DJ Vlad seeks $2 million in compensatory damages and significant punitive damages to deter further similar conduct by Rick Ross. Vlad would go on to give a play-by-play in which he would give some background regarding the situation that led up to the meeting, and then he would detail how Rick Ross lured him to the meeting and the assault that allegedly transpired after they all got together. Even though this lawsuit was brought to court in the Southern District of New York, this play-by-play would detail how this assault actually took place in Houston, Texas, resulting in Vlad having to get 7 stitches near his eye, having 3 fractures in his face, and possibly having permanent nerve damage. Now, to be 100% fair, most people don't call civil lawsuits snitching. You will find some people who are of the mind that telling is telling. It don't matter if it's a civil suit or a criminal case, because you still have to take a person to court and point them out and give information. Still, giving Vlad the benefit of doubt with regard to whether he actually talked to the police, because after the AR Ab situation where he was accused of working with the feds to get AR Ab indicted and people blame that on him, Vlad was pretty adamant about the fact that he doesn't cooperate with police. Even doing an interview where he talked to 1090 Jake about how he didn't cooperate against police in a situation where somebody did a home invasion that could have cost him his life. While doing more research on this topic, I noticed that Vlad filed what is called a motion in limine. Now, a motion in limine is a pretrial motion filed by a party to a case, the defendant or the plaintiff, requesting the court to exclude specific evidence or arguments from being presented during the trial. Basically, they filed this motion to stop you from bringing up certain information in front of the jury. The Latin phrase in limine means at the threshold or on the threshold, signifying that the motion is made before trial. Again, it's designed to prevent you from bringing certain information in front of the jury. In this motion of limine would be included a preliminary statement which read that in this civil assault case, in which plaintiff was savagely beaten and sustained permanent injuries in Houston, Texas on August 10th, 2008, defendant apparently intends to introduce highly prejudicial and irrelevant facts to improperly influence and confuse the jury. This motion is intended to redress this issue. During plaintiff's, which is Vlad's, deposition in this personal injury action taken on January 7th, 2010, counsel for defendant elicited testimony from plaintiff concerning plaintiff's tapes prior to the events complained of in the complaint, as well as testimony concerning plaintiff's attitude towards certain social groups, his past arrests, and marijuana use, his journalistic reporting about Julia Beverly, and that prior justifiable use of force in self-defense to repel an assault upon him. Plaintiff believes that defendant may intend to introduce portion of plaintiff's deposition testimony relating to subject areas described more specifically in Schedule A, which is annexed hereto, as well as other evidence relating thereto at trial. However, neither plaintiff's testimony nor evidence supporting that testimony is relevant to the claims asserted in this action. Moreover, even if deemed relevant, the probative value of the testimony and evidence is far outweighed by the prejudice that will result to plaintiff from their admission. The evidence concerning plaintiff's prior acts and character is inadmissible character evidence and has no bearing on plaintiff's credibility or his truth or honesty. In addition, plaintiff believes that defendant will attempt to introduce evidence at trial relating to the fact that defendant was never criminally charged or convicted of the underlying assault that took place in Houston, Texas on August 10th, 2008, in order to impermissibly persuade the jury that defendant has no legal responsibility for the assault at issue. Basically, Vlad was attempting to keep Rick Ross and his attorneys from
9 tablets of 100 milligram generic Viagra for $7 from
dirty
Friday
bastard.
Plans. I thought it was a scam, but I was
bringing up in court in front of the jury the fact that Ross was never criminally charged or convicted of an offense related to this, because the jury might think, well, if the police never charged him or convicted him of anything, then why would we find him guilty of this and reward you with money? That, however, was not the thing that stuck out to me the most about this motion. On page 9 of this motion, there was a subsection which stated that although a police report was filed with the Houston Police Department, charges were never brought against Rick Ross. So here we have a motion filed by the plaintiff, which is Vlad, basically making this motion in his own words, in admission that he filed a police report and made a complaint with the Houston Police Department against Rick Ross after this alleged assault. With that said, I believe that 1090 Jake has intentionally stayed away from this topic and this paperwork so as not to expose the fact that Vlad snitched on Rick Ross. I also feel like it's important to note that Trap Lord Ross, the blogger who got famous for compiling these tweets and police reports and videos and labeling King Von a serial killer, also covered this Rick Ross and Vlad incident, but he never once mentioned this paperwork or police report. Now, as I said earlier, 1090 Jake just recently attempted to use a newspaper article and present that as paperwork proof that Larry Hoover was a snitch. So I'm interested to see how he will respond to this paperwork proof. Vlad filed a complaint with the Houston Police Department on Rick Ross after he was allegedly assaulted, especially considering the fact that Jake has been adamant about the fact that nobody should be working with any snitches. He specifically called out Brick Baby for working with YSL Woody not too long ago. He also made a video about Florida rapper King Breezy, which is an artist that he introduced to the world via his platform, all because some paperwork came up and people were calling Breezy a snitch. And even though Breezy's co-defendants would speak out and say, hey, Jake, you got that wrong, Breezy didn't snitch on us, that's not what happened, he would still refused to take down the video, and he cut ties with Breezy. He even denied Breezy the opportunity to come on his platform and explain himself, even though he's giving the same opportunity to guys that he doesn't have any ties with, like 100K Track. And I know some of you will say Vlad is not a street guy. He shouldn't be held to a street standard. But before you make that argument, I want you to take into consideration that 1090 Jake did the same type of video on hood fishing, who is just a guy from the hood that likes to fish. Yes, Point and Shoot subjected him to a very severe roasting immediately after, but that does not change the fact that it happened and he tried it. So yeah, I'm very interested to see if 1090 Jake will keep.
He did try to press charge. The police declined to prosecute. That's what happened. The police didn't file charges, but he definitely went to the police.
The same energy with his YouTube buddy Vlad, or if he'll make some excuse for it, like, I ain't a blood no more, so I don't have to care who's snitching or not. I can do business with anybody. As for why we've never heard this information before, as you can see, Vlad worked very hard to keep this information from being brought into the
that's
court.
what Byron Blake is showing. He did file a police report. Although a police report was filed with the Houston Police Department to date, the defendant has not been charged or convicted of a crime related to this incident. Pursuant to the federal rules, admitting this evidence to a jury as part of the civil case would be irrelevant, prejudicial, and confusing, particularly in the light of higher beyond reasonable doubt standard of proof required in a criminal matter. The fact that the defendant was not charged or convicted of a crime in Houston, Texas, is not the positive of whether the defendant engineered the civil assault at issue in this proceeding.
Room, which kept it out of the transcripts and also kept it out of earshot of maybe reporters or bloggers who may have been in the courtroom at the time. With that said, I'm going to wrap this one up. If you are a fan of hip,
yeah, he definitely told, but fuck Vlad. Snitch Nash. That Vlad is a rat. Because Vlad does content, does videos, interviewing street guys that's involved in street activity. That's how I study though, y'all. Hard mode, what it is. What the fuck? That nigga Diddy crazy. We gonna get on Diddy too, yo. Diddy a wild ass nigga. No, she keep thinking she was in a relationship. Yo, can somebody tell this girl she wasn't in no relationship? I told you a conservatorship, a guardianship, but she wasn't in no motherfucking relationship. I'm trying to get that Vlad paperwork. Hold up. God damn, fuck you spell my name. Trying to get Byron Blake to send it to me. Yeah, she wasn't in a relationship, y'all. Somebody need to tell her that.
Actually wants to end the war.
I can't tell you.
All right, but CSI Ceddy, y'all. CSI Ceddy is back at it. Y'all remember the other day I showed y'all this picture of Woody in the 60s? And how disgraceful and disgusted I was that these niggas allowed this man to come into the 60s. Well, come to find out, the whole situation was orchestrated by no evidence CSI Ceddy. CSI Ceddy will bring Woody to the hood. Look at this shit. All these niggas need DPs. Him, whoever the fuck he is. You're right there just for being in the picture with a smirk. Everybody deserves a DP that played the role in Woody in the 60s. You know, good goddamn well, that boy 35 rap. And he tripped all day. Whoever the fuck wrote this he need to put off. Whoever wrote got my motherfucking whatever Woody on the block 60th Street. He need to put off immediately. Immediate put off. Whoever the fuck wrote that shit. But CSI Ceddy investigates. Check them out.
As a man, I gotta step up and apologize to the whole hood for this BS.
Ain't no BS, nigga, bitch, nigga. Hold up. We ain't letting you get away with that. We're not letting CSI Ceddy get away with that.
As a man, I gotta step up and apologize to the whole hood for this BS, this fiasco that just happened. My goal is never to bring controversy to the hood. That's number one. I talked to all the older homies that I need.
Nigga made your bitch ass apologize, bitch. Nigga probably told, bitch, you made the hood look bad. Your bitch ass, go back and upload a video apologizing for disgracing the hood. Hey, they told the bitch ass look like he was crying. That bitch ass man apologize, nigga. You barely good. How the fuck you gonna bring this fucking snitch round? You only around because you paying dues. If the minute the due money run out, you done. Yeah, we gonna give you put off. He might be put off now, y'all. Don't be surprised if CSI Ceddy's put out the hood.
And everything, we all straight. Everything is good. What y'all seen was somebody that I rock with. That's like family to me.
Damn.
Seeing my brothers and how we do.
Hey, yo said Woody like family to him. I think Woody was like family to YSL too at one point. But these niggas be dumb as a motherfucker, boy. Woody is like family to you, my nigga. He like family to you. Man, fuck that. That nigga never be no family to me. Even if he was real family, he wouldn't be no family after that stunt he pulled. Fuck no. Our family bond is over.
Because I didn't want anything to happen to Woody while he was in LA. I wanted to make sure that everything was good. And instantly, I'm already saying this right now. I apologize. I talked to all the homies, bro. We was, you know what I'm saying? Was understood, ain't got to be said or anything like that. Everything is already addressed. We done already handled it. It's all good. But if the whole hood don't agree, that's it. It don't matter. Ceddy Nash ain't bigger than the program. None of that. My brothers are standing with me because that's what it is.
Anybody standing with
so
you, nigga.
Just because I'm doing business with somebody and I got a relationship with somebody, anybody from the hood that feel like whatever they feel like they're entitled to their opinion and ain't nothing ever gonna be negative. I'm not bigger than the program. I'm just saying this as a man because this is what has to happen. So I'm putting it out there right now. Ceddy Nash apologizing to the whole hood because we already got a bunch of controversy going on. More ain't needed. So automatically, like I said, I done talked to the big homies. I done talked to everybody I need to talk to. I done stood and, you know, what's understood ain't got to be said. Certain things ain't going to be said on this internet. But from me to everybody, bro, that's on me. That's on me. That's my apology. My brothers were supporting me. Cuz is a civilian. He a celebrity.
Yo, come on, y'all. Come on, y'all. He got extorted. He probably did. They probably like, look, bitch. They probably look, bitch. Your bitch ass. Due time coming around. We're gonna need double this month. You shame the hood, y'all. You bought a certified rat and they called him a civilian. You still shaming the hood. Like he shamed the hood in his apology. Yo, what do you know? Yo. They told that man, look, your bitch ass better upload a video ASAP. If it ain't a video, upload on your YouTube page by sundown, it is a rat. That's what they told that bitch ass nigga. Niggas told me. I had a phone call with a 60s member earlier, man. He told me exactly what he told him. He said, look, bitch, nigga, we ain't rock with all that Woody shit. You know what I mean? We barely let you in. You feel me? Like you hanging on by a thread. Then you bring this bitch ass nigga around. Apologize. ASAP. You heard me? By sundown. That's why he did it early this morning. As soon as he woke up, they told that nigga. First thing in the morning. first thing in the morning, bro. You better even brush your teeth. You better apologize to the hood, man.
But there's still protocol on how to do stuff. If one no say no, it don't matter. That's a whole no. So just because I'm doing business with people, that don't mean nothing. That don't mean nothing. So right now, from me to everybody I talk to, everybody already know this was coming. Ain't no surprise, no nothing like that. I gotta apologize to the hood because it do look bad. It just do.
Why?
Regardless of the people.
Why I look bad? You say he's a civilian. You say he ain't snitch. What's bad about it, my brother? You gotta elaborate, y'all. Somebody from the 60s called Ceddy Nash and tell him to elaborate. We ain't finished. We need more. Well, yo, we don't accept his apologies, y'all. Make me, I'm trying to tell you, you didn't make me the head of the whatever faction that Ceddy Nash is a part of. I'm telling you, he gonna be getting DP'd every week. Every time he put up a video talking some stupid shit, DP, we ain't gonna put him out. We're just gonna DP him 3 times a week until you get tired and leave. We ain't finished. We need more. We need more insight. What the fuck made you think this was a good idea, Sid? CSI 2000, what it is. This CSI study apologizing for shaming the hood. We probably do. That's what they probably told us. We're gonna need your check this month. You bitch said we're gonna need your whole check this month, bitch. That's how they be talking to all your behind closed doors. I'm telling you. I can feel it.
People who know, they know. Everybody that's in, know. So I'm not gonna make this no negative. I said, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Everything that's don't need to be on the net is on the net and whatever else. But the homies were supporting me. That's what that was. That's what that was, bro. So I didn't want to bring no distractions. I don't want no bad light casted on the hood. The cats that wasn't feeling that, they have a right to that.
You know, the homies that supporting him need to be DP too. Everybody. They need to they need to have made a joint apology. I mean, everybody in that video, gather around Ceddy Nash and apologize. That's what I'd have made him do. If I was the head of the 60s, that's what the fuck I'd have made them niggas do. Every single one of y'all niggas. Ceddy Nash, you in the middle. make them niggas. We take class pictures. You got seats, bitch. You in the middle. I need you over there.
The older homies that needed it, you know what I'm saying, need to holler at me. They hollered at me. Everything's square. We straight. It's all love. The internet, all the internet hate, bring that my way. Because all the cats that y'all tagging and all this, they ain't had nothing to do with that. Y'all didn't see everybody. So that's what that is, bro. The whole hood was not running with that. That's on me. Blame. As a man, I got to step up and apologize.
And here where the whole video at. My goal is to never make the hood look bad. I gotta apologize as a man and a member. I not make this video while coming to the hood first. Y'all had fun in the comments. My brothers in our business street. No, you ain't, nigga. You ain't on the hood, nigga. Y'all better say straight. He ain't really in the gang, yo. Captain Skyhook, what it is. Yeah, we need a group apology, yo. Yeah, man, we ain't done with this. Ain't enough. They gonna make me start going in on the 60s every week. I'm not bigger than the program. Nah, y'all. Nope. We ain't rocking with that 60s members. Need more. Where this nigga at? Hold up. We at least gotta get all these niggas. Him. Yo. We need all them together. With Ceddy Nash in the middle. No, we gotta put him in the middle. And we need a joint apology. It's the only way it's gonna work. This nigga too. I ain't gonna lie. He might get put off the set. I ain't gonna lie. Fuck that. We don't need no apology for him. We just gonna put him off because he's too damn happy. Yeah, he get put off. So that's why I couldn't be in no gang, y'all. Cause I ain't with that shit. I ain't with nothing. Yeah, come on. Like, I just don't understand. What Woody was like, yo, I'm in the Woody probably was like, hey, Ceddy, CSI said, I'm in Cali for the week. Yo, probably like, oh, you in Cali? Man, I'm gonna link you up with my guys in the 60s just to show you how, show you I'm a real 60s member. Old time the niggas he linked them up with, they ain't even good. Yeah. He probably did. They probably fucked him up before he went live. He linked him up with some niggas. They can't even vouch. There was some niggas on top of them that probably deep. They go, hold the fuck up. What the hell is this? Y'all got a certified rat. Y'all brought an Atlanta rat to California. Do California got rats? They brought an Atlanta rat to California, yo. That is crazy to me. And put him in the hood. Yo, we living in a wild time, yo. That man apologize. See, that's why I couldn't be no gay. Yo, you ain't telling me what to do, yo. Like, I'm too much of a renegade to be told what to do. You feel me? Like, fuck that. But I wouldn't have done this anyway. Like, that's how you can tell your Ceddy Nash ain't what he said he is. Because he should have known that was a bad idea. Yo, street smarts would be like, yo, all right. I know I didn't sacrifice my morals, principles, dignity, honor, integrity. I know I didn't sacrifice everything, hanging with the rat. I did that. I can't take that back. I know I'm wrong. I'm chasing clout. That's my man. But, yo, to bring the man around the other guys, and some of these niggas ain't on the internet, some of these niggas still in the streets, that was a violation. He need to put off. I'm ready to start campaigning for Ceddy Nash put off the hood. We ready to do 7 videos, 3 videos a week. Ceddy Nash deserves a put off from the 60s for shaming the hood. Fuck, he shamed everybody. He shamed me. I feel bad. I was legitimately upset about that. Like, dang, this is what the fuck going on in Cali. Like, you already got Adam 22 on a maximum exploitation tour. You feel me? Now you got this nigga bringing the Atlanta rat to California. California probably got their own rat infestation. You don't need to add one more. That nigga might have babies. What if he was to come to California, get a girl pregnant, and then he got baby rats? Now you got all these rats running around and shit. Man, you gotta bring the fuck kill rats. Yeah, yo, these niggas is crazy, y'all. He definitely need to put off the set immediately. Effective immediately. Yeah, Lord Cali, he didn't put off, yo. He didn't put off, yo. Somebody leave me up with somebody from California so we can talk. I'm advocating for Ceddy Nash put off. So look at it. Look what happened with Dirk today, y'all. Dirk denied bond again. Hold on, I gotta get my charge. Hold up. I'm ready to hit my man ODM Slim, yo, ask him, yo, what I gotta do to get Ceddy Nash put off the set, man. Wait, hit ODM Slim tomorrow. Like, what I gotta do, yo? I need Ceddy, and I need a public. I need a public put off of Ceddy Nash. And he got to apologize after the put off again. We need 2 apologies. 1 ain't enough. And I ain't trying to clown the 60s because there's some real 60s members. Like the ones that vetoed that shit. You know what I mean? Those are the niggas I be hanging with. The niggas that sat back, watch that shit and say, yo, what the fuck is this? Niggas is tripping. Yo, but Dirk not balling again. So, listen to this shit. It said Lord Dirk will remain in jail as he awaits trial on charge of orchestrating a failed attempt to kill rival rapper in 2022, resulting in the murder of a rival cousin who was in a car with him. U.S. District Judge Michael Fitzgerald on Monday denied the request by Dirk Banks as his legal name to post as much as $4.5 million in bail and await his trial in home detention watched over by private security. The judge agreed with the prosecution that there is no combination of conditions with reason to be assured that the Chicago rapper will show up for future court dates or reason to be assured of the safety of any other person in the community. Y'all, I told y'all judges don't like overruling other judges. That's just what it is. And no matter how many judges you go in front of, they don't like overruling other judges. That's I don't know. That's like a just as like their little pact that they got together. You know what I mean? The sentence is mandatory life in prison without parole, which will make any innocent defendant consider flight as the rational alternative, Fitzgerald said. Referring to the sentence Banks will face if he's convicted at trial when the charges brought against him by the U.S. Attorney's Office in Los Angeles. The judge further agreed with the government that Banks was likely trying to flee the country when he was arrested last year near Miami International Airport after law enforcement learned that he had been booked on multiple international flights. Banks' lawyer argued he was merely traveling to Dubai, as he had done many times before, for both professional and spiritual reasons. He has performed at concerts and recorded there. They said in court last week, and as a devoted Muslim, traveling to the Middle East is deeply important to Banks' faith. The court accepted the defendant had his business and spiritual reasons to travel to the Middle East. Fitzgerald said there is no evidence that he intends to do so that day for any reason. And so the judge believed Dirk was trying, once you get a flea and a looting, your bail is done. Yeah, I'm ready to go to that next, bro. Once you get a flea and a looting, they ain't trying to hear none of that shit. So look, the judge also said, Judge in Lord Dirk's case claims that he can't bail out unless he's stripped of most of his wealth and intellectual property. Like, yo, what type of shit is that, yo? He gotta be stripped of everything? God damn. Now, it's the government play a dirty game, boy. They don't got enough money. Don't they print money? What the fuck you need more for? Man, nigga ain't trying to run, man. Nigga trying to fight that case. I want to know. I can't wait till the transcripts come out. Cause did they produce Alvin? Did they produce any new evidence? So I guess the plays ran out. They ain't got no more plays. They ain't got no more tricks up their sleeve. They want the man homeless. They basically told Dirk, only way we release you is if you homeless. If you ain't homeless, we ain't letting you out. Straight up. You got to be living on the street. That way we know where you at all times. On the street that we choose. You know what I mean? You can't just go to any street you want. We got to choose the street for you. But the main problem here is that based on information in the sealed pretrial service reports, the profit funds are only a fraction of the defendant's net worth. Moreover, the defendant will still have his intellectual property with which to earn a handsome living abroad. Any set of conditions would need to impoverish the defendant and lead to the forfeiture of all interest in his intellectual property. Damn. I have never heard that before. I have never in my life heard no shit like that before. They say the conditions would need to impoverish the defendant. They want the man poor. So if he was to give up everything he owned, then they'd be like, all right, we'll give you a bail now. Like, get the fuck out of here, man. That's fucking crazy. I just said, fuck you in that bond. They'd help me for contempt. What the fuck? Say, Giannis, can you repeat that one more time? Yeah, any conditions would need to impoverish the defendant and lead to forfeiture of all his interest. Oh, I just wanted to make sure you said that. Man, fuck this bond. Like how that dude did when he went up for the parole board and they were trying to make him apologize and make him plead guilty. Man, look. I was always taught, you don't let them people break you, man. Like, that's what I was taught, when I went through the system and shit. Like, you don't ever let them people break you, Like, you don't sacrifice your fucking morals for them people. You don't sacrifice your integrity for them people. Man, fuck them. Whatever you did, you gotta stand on it. Like, that's how I was taught. I don't know what the fuck going on nowadays, but after they'd have said that, I'd have been like, I'm good. We ain't gotta try this no more. Don't put y'all judge. Lawyer, don't put in no more habeas corpus, no more bail reviews. Fuck it. I'll see him in trial. Cause we ain't doing that. That was disrespectful. So the criminal menace. The attempted flight. Based on the proffered information, the court finds that the defendant did attempt to flee abroad after the murder. Defense counsel quibble with some of the government's conclusions, but the defense has made no showing that the specific trip to Dubai was pre-planned. The court accepts the defendant has businesses and spiritual reasons to travel to the Middle East. There is no evidence that he intended to do so that day for any reason apart from the murder and resulting arrest of his co-defendants. The inadequacy of the financial conditions, the proffer of the defendant's own mother's home, and the $150,000 tendered by whoever the fuck this is, are very much in defendant's favor. Less so is the $1 million tendered by Alamo Records. No doubt, defendant appreciates the show of support as an artist and businessman, but there is no more suasion on defendant to prevent a corporation to lose money. The main problem here is that based on information in the sealed pretrial service report, the profit funds are only a fraction of the defendant's net worth. Moreover, the defendant will still have his intellectual property with which to earn a handsome living abroad. Any set of conditions would need to empower the defendant and lead to the forfeiture of all his interests and intellectual property. The MJ order understandably focuses on augmented conditions, and as their inadequacy, the court agrees with his reasoning. If the defendant were released, the court would certainly order home detention, electronic monitoring, and the clever private jail security suggestion. However, as the pretrial service officer stated in court, ultimately, these safeguards would be insufficient. The security arrangement would involve an inherent conflict of interest. As to community safety, the question is much closer. This court must determine whether, on this record, in fact supporting danger are shown by clear and convincing evidence. To summarize, the evidence is the presumption, the nature of the alleged crime here, applied against a perceived enemy, the statement of other witnesses with precipient knowledge of conduct relevant to this issue. Specifically, the government has proffered the statements from its prior opposition, Exhibit 1 and 2. Exhibit 1 is the search warrant used in Chicago, United States, whatever. Highly pertinent statements of CHS 1 at paragraph 19, page 12. Exhibit 2 is the sealed warrant affidavit, which contains a highly pertinent statement of CW1 and Victim 1 at paragraph Victim 1. Who the fuck is Victim 1, y'all? First time we heard about Victim 1. Victim 1 made a statement. Okay. Guess we'll find out who victim one is at a later date. The federal rules of evidence do not apply to bail hearings. Security guard. What security guard? What do you mean security guard? Security guard got shot? What you mean security guard, yo? This not the Chicago. Oh, this is the Chicago case? Oh, all right. Okay. At paragraphs 30 and 33, the federal rules of evidence do not apply to bail hearings. And it is the custom in this district to conduct bail hearings by way of proffer and without live testimony. The court is mindful that the statements are made by witnesses who at trial would doubtless be subject to rigorous cross-examination based on extensive gigolo impeaching material. Moreover, the court has not forgotten that the proffered transcripts in the Chicago case indicate that the defendant will not be charged in that case without obstruction of justice. Charged in that case with obstruction of justice. So that's what they was trying to charge Dirk with obstruction of justice in the Chicago case. The court concludes that the magistrate judge correctly determined that clear and convincing evidence supports the finding of danger. In particular, the court notes the following. The nature of the charges and the presumption both point to a danger in this case, not just to the community at large. Likewise, the government additional evidence points to a danger to anyone in this case who might testify against the defendant. This case then contrasts where the putative danger was, say, more drug trafficking. As the magistrate judge concluded, defendant uses money, influence, power to endanger individuals who he perceives as a threat. As the government correctly pointed out, the proposed release conditions would not prevent the defendant from engaging in criminal conduct to frustrate the prosecution of this case. The emotional statements at the bail hearing for the murder of the victim's mother is best understood as an expression of this common sense conclusion. Likewise, the court views the proffered evidence of defendant's misuse of cell phones while in detention in a similar light. Defense counsel showed through expert testimony that the violations themselves are not that serious. However, the violations do show that rules can be circumvented even at the Metropolitan Detention Center. The court does not dispute the representation that the violations were for personal and business reasons with no criminal conduct discussed. Still, how easy would it be to apply it from home with even fewer restrictions applied? Damn. Motherfucker, vicious, boy. Oh, they vicious. All right, y'all. So, damn, Dirk. I mean, I knew he wasn't getting no bond. I knew Dirk wasn't getting no bond. Like, that ain't really surprising to me. I think he really wasted time. You might as well get up for trial, man. Yo, did y'all see this, yo? YouTube is gone wild. Look at this shit. YouTuber Finney the Legend and his girlfriend allegedly killed on live stream by another YouTuber, Sin City Manny Wise. That's before we watch that. Who are these guys? Who the fuck is these niggas? And why the fuck is y'all beefing to the point where motherfucker died? Like, god damn. Yo, what the fuck? Yeah, he wasting time, y'all. He might as well get up. Sin City. Man, I'm not fucking with that nigga Chopper. Who the fuck is Sin City Manny?
Next here tonight, new developments in last night's deadly
Charlie.
shooting on the Las Vegas Strip. The man police say is responsible turned himself in earlier today. Ryan Ketchum walks us through what happened
somebody got
Sunday
somebody
night
page
and
struck?
what one witness saw.
Dang.
Less than 24 hours ago on this same walkway that tourists are using right now in front of the Bellagio fountains was a scene of chaos after a deadly shooting broke out. One tourist tells me he saw it all happen.
I heard about 7 to 8 gunshots. We're sitting out here in the balcony.
My wife and I were actually watching the fountain view here on our balcony, and just out of nowhere, we heard the first bang. We looked at each other, and then the bangs just started coming. It was a horrifying situation.
Edward and his wife are in town for their 13th wedding anniversary. He tells me that both of them were in shock and fear when the shots rang out.
From where we were at, I mean, it was just so loud. It sounded like it was maybe 6-7 feet away from us. You know, that's why we got so scared. We don't know where it was coming from at the moment.
Edward captured this video showing the moments following the shooting that killed 2 people. Heavy police response blocking all travel in front of the Bellagio.
Las Vegas Police Department, they showed up instantly, you know, and that makes us feel safe.
Police announcing Monday morning they arrested 41-year-old Manuel Ruiz. They say the suspect walked in Henderson Police Department, turning himself in. He's being held on 2 charges of open murder with a deadly weapon. Police say this is an isolated incident that may have stemmed from a social media dispute. Edward and his wife returned to the Strip Monday, less than 24 hours later. But despite there being no active threat, he tells me that still, they had an uneasy feeling being there. Do you think you'll ever be able to erase that from your mind the next time you're in front of the Bellagio fountains? Or
You straight? They can't play with that pneumonia, man. We just start looking for you in the next couple of days. I mean, have to track you down. Fuck, y'all ain't been at. We ain't saying about a week.
do you think it's just going to play over and over again?
Honestly, I don't think it's going to erase.
The same sentiment
was here
while you on that road, Monday. Is it in the back of your mind at all now?
Oh, yes, definitely. You know, like, not just here, but just anywhere. Like, since this happened, you got to be more aware of your surroundings.
We are still working to learn more information on what led up to this deadly shooting, such as how many shots were fired and the identity of the victims. We will continue to keep you updated both on air and online with the latest information.
That's crazy. Yo, so where's that page? Where's their pages? Look, everybody looking for it. They even have pages? What's the other guy name? Finney the Legend. Yo, these niggas is crazy, yo. Finney the Legend has 5,000 subscribers. He haven't even posted no videos in 4 months. Oh shit, he posted this yesterday. Damn. That was like 83,000.
I'm Michael Lin, and I'm a 2D animator. My process is...
That shit crazy.
What's going on, everybody? This is Island Hopper TV, and today we're coming to you from Las Vegas, Nevada, with the 40 best things to do heading into 2025. There is a few new attractions here in Las Vegas, so
The fuck? One right there.
Yeah, where was the information? Yeah, I need more details. For sure, I need more information. Oh, it's so long.
Hey, that bitch party.
They don't believe you gave me sugar.
It's the winner that can move it. I thought I knew. I know, that's right. He's still over there with that girl. I knew. Look, I was about to tell him.
So he got the other guy page struck. This shit is crazy. Dang. So that ended up being this.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, that is crazy. That is insane, man. Hell no, this ain't no play. This real. I just took you to the news thing.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Nah, ain't no play. That shit real. The news covered it. Just took you to the news. See if they got any more coverage on it. This dude page right here. That shit crazy. And he turned himself in. Like, he must really wanted Joe dead. Like, what the fuck was y'all niggas beefing about? I know I be cracking on CSI Ceddy, but I wouldn't kill him. You know what I mean? Yeah, god damn. I be getting on the bed of CSI agent. Yeah, this shit get wicked out here, y'all. Let's see if they got yo, this shit wow. See if they got an update. That's the last update 5 hours ago. So this is the first one.
Good morning, everyone. We begin with breaking news from overnight. Gunfire erupting on the Las Vegas Strip, leading to chaos near the Bellagio as police responded to a shooting just steps from one of the city's most iconic landmarks. Streets shut down, pedestrian access blocked, and homicide detectives now leading the investigation. My co-anchor Anjali Patel is live near the scene this morning with the latest. Good morning, Anjali. What can you tell us?
Good morning, Justin. Yeah, police say it was social media conflict that played out in a very real and deadly way here on the Las Vegas Strip overnight. It sparked a massive police response, as you can see, and they set up a pretty wide perimeter. But it was back there near the Bellagio fountains where Metro Police say they located 2 victims suffering from apparent gunshot wounds around 10:40 last night. Both of those people were pronounced dead on the scene. Now, Metro Police say at last check around 1:45 this morning, they were still working to locate and apprehend that suspect. They say they have identified that person, but have not confirmed a name publicly just yet. They do.
So with that nigga YouTube career over? He sacrificed his YouTube career. You don't think he gonna ever post again? Yeah, he was a character that just got killed off that nobody knew. Come on, bro. Like it ain't that deep, Black Monster. Nobody even know this man.
Do believe this is an isolated incident since police say the suspect and the victims knew each other. We know you have a lot of questions. We do too, but Metro did not take any questions from the media at their press briefing early this morning. They did note the buzz on social media surrounding the shooting, though. It happened on a Sunday night in June on a busy part of the Las Vegas Strip, of course, near that iconic attraction, the Bellagio fountains. And police say it involved people who'd been engaged in conflict online.
At this point, I'm not going to release any further information. We know that there is a lot of information that is circulating in social media and on a variety of platforms that are out there. What we're asking the public to do is continue to share those tips.
Metro Police are really pushing their Crime Stoppers hotline right now as they work to get answers. Remember, you can remain anonymous. If you have any information, call Crime Stoppers at number 702-385-5555. We're going to be out here all morning working to get more information, and we'll bring you the latest updates both on air and online at ktnv.com. Reporting live from the Las Vegas Strip, I'm Anjali Patel.
That's just crazy.
Rover, there's a service.
That was unnecessary as a motherfucker. Then you turned this off, man. Yo just did that shit in front of all them people. Yo ain't had no intentions on getting away. Guess that's why he turned this off, man. Oh, that is insane. Alright, y'all, but bad eyes on Diddy, y'all. So Diddy's back in court earlier today. And y'all know I've been joking Diddy the whole situation. I thought Diddy moved past domestic violence, y'all. He didn't. I was wrong. I was wrong, y'all. We're still whipping ass all the way up until 2024. Recently. Like he's like not too far, not too long before he got booked. We joked about Wild King nights, you know. We joked about hotel nights. We don't joke about domestic violence, do it. I mean, God damn, Diddy like, yo, Diddy can't keep his hands to himself, right? But y'all, I told you, I think I know why. I think I know why, y'all. I think I know why Diddy did the things that, I mean, which I right here that he did to this girl. It was the reneging of All-Star nights. Like, that's it. All-Star night supersedes everything. In Diddy's mind, you got Wild King nights, you got hotel nights, and then you got All-Star nights. And she reneged on All-Star nights. She reneged. I don't think Diddy knew how to take that, man. You know? I think after that day, he lost it. And he ain't never look at this girl the same after that. Like, it's an unfortunate situation, yo. Like, it really is. I ain't joking, I'm dead serious, though, yo. Like, y'all gotta realize how important these freak-offs was to this man. Like, you can't renege. Can't promise All-Star nights and then take it away. Can't do that. Can't do that. So, we gotta go to Tissa Tell's channel for this. So we're gonna watch Tissa Tell's, then we're gonna watch Sean G.
Okay, right.
But you remember I was saying that yesterday. Remember yesterday I was saying, yo, you can't do that. Yo,
I think she was
Diddy
Jane
is not
begging for Diddy just to stop.
I think people gotta understand, yo, Diddy ain't papoose. Like, Diddy ain't with that shit. Like, he was giving her, he let her slide for years. You know, he probably been wanted to do the Diddy shit that he do. But he was letting her get away with it. He told her, he tried to save her, actually. If you want to be totally honest. He tried to save her. He told her to leave. Not one, not two, not three. At least 10 times he told this girl to leave. And I think after the All-Star night situation, I don't think he ever looked at it the same since. After she reneged on All-Star nights, I think Diddy was headed up the head with this girl. And it got bad. He resorted back to old ways, man. He resorted back to old ways. But But I told y'all, Diddy don't, yo, when you talk about freak offs, what? You know, Diddy miss his mother, Diddy miss a funeral to go to a freak off. Like, he not playing that shit. Like, that nigga let them bitches. You know, at this point, y'all, he been doing that shit for 10 years. That shit is a staple in who Diddy is at this point. When you think Diddy, you think freak offs. You think Wild King nights. You think hotel nights. You understand? And I think when she reneged on All-Star nights, it was just like, yo, fuck this. Something gotta be done. She think this shit the game. She must don't know. Now, man, I've been real lenient and nice. But I can get on some bullshit.
Victim gaslighting Jane. One, this crazy winter we're having in NYU. Let me tell you what is real, okay? Diddy is done. And he was done in by a secret recording that he made when he was gaslighting, right? Gaslighting victim, gaslighting Jane. On top of that, guess what? They didn't even have to raid the thing. They didn't have to do anything. This mofo had it saved on his phone. And while it was recording and she was breaking down, he was writing with a notepad and a Sharpie. Y'all, let's get into this. Everybody want to act like Diddy is a Marvel supervillain. Everybody want to act like Diddy got to pay the cost to be the boss. Diddy must feel so stupid. He messed up. And yes, I am live from court, in court. Today, every day, always gonna be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Welcome back, everybody. Okay, I'm on the quick break, right? Okay, so where do we? Let's jump into the meat of Jane's discussion. Now, you guys know that prosecutors have promises that Jane is going to testify that Diddy got super violent and beat her ass because she did not want to participate in a freak off. Made her cover up her bruises and then had her perform. But let's talk about the most damning evidence that we have.
Diddy beat this case, then that's when he gonna finally get All-Star nights. He gonna get All-Star nights for us all said. They gonna get it from somebody. I'm telling you, he probably think about All-Star nights right now. He in trial thinking about it. Yeah, he can't. Ever since she said that, I think it's just been stuck in his head. You can't get past that shit.
Yeah. She was never down with it. That she never wanted it. That she truly was sex trafficked through fraud and coercion. Let's talk about the most damning evidence is Diddy's own secret recordings that he made of this girl. Y'all, this is karma. And this is what I mean when people say karma isn't real. Yes, evil people do persist. But at the end of the day, eventually, who you are and what you are catches up with you. Y'all, I took notes. They played that mug. They played that mug in the courthouse. I took notes. Hold on, let me see if I can put my phone up on the stand so I can give y'all the dramatic reinterpret. I know Diddy feels so dumb. I know he feels so stupid. Hold on, y'all.
I told y'all the game plan a while ago, and I'm starting to see it pick up. The game plan with the prosecution is to make Diddy look so bad that the jury don't even pay attention to what he actually charged with. That's the game plan, and they could win like that. You know, it might be some jurors that fall for that. You know, but hopefully the jurors see the play and realize that, yo, this man ain't sex trafficking none of these girls. But the amount of domestic violence that they're producing as evidence is enough to cloud some people's judgment. That's the game plan.
There you go. No? Okay. What's that smell? New York City in the summertime. Yeah. Get my shit off the
ground. Do it to black people.
Yeah. Hold on, y'all.
Why you got fight against it?
Yeah. God, is this what did he smell in his thing with the rats and roaches? I don't like the way this looks either. Okay, let's get into what actually happened with Diddy, okay? We got to get
YouTube be out of line with that. YouTube got to get a better server, man.
So happy for your Nancy. Did you guys see me on Grace? Did y'all see me on Nancy Grace? Y'all, I have been on ABC Live. I have been on Nightline. I have been on Publix 11.
Well, I tell y'all, and people think she organic. Fuck no.
Been on Nancy Grace, and guess what? And guess what? I'm still in the courtroom. And guess what? It's not stopping. I have a bunch of other appearances. Y'all gonna see it. And we're planning something good, right? Listen, I promise every week until the trial is over, we're going to start having a weekly act like the Southern District of New York that has taken down some of the biggest criminals in the world. Had the nerve, time,
Listen to that.
gall.
Yo, that bitch touting the federal government as a black woman. I think she black. She look black. Who does that?
To falsify evidence and to take Diddy's butt down? When Diddy got his own recordings proving, aw, congratulations. These people, they just got married in the courthouse. Looks so cute. Look, right there. Aw. Well, anyway, right? When Diddy got his own recordings, oh, thank you. All right.
I think so too, bro.
The stand, hold on, y'all. I just got
I think so
stand.
too.
Hold on, we're about to get this, right? Thank you. Listen, when Diddy got his own recordings and took him own self down, what else Southern District? You know what the funny thing is? Diddy literally is so smart, but he was too smart by half, where he literally, if he had not, who else was he with, right? If he had not taped, did he ever tape Kim Porter secretly, right? I think when he was with the women he was with, he kept taping them secretly. And I think whenever he got with Jane, right? I think he also taped those people secretly and he didn't know, right? So it makes me think, if you were taping Jane secretly, did you call every woman that was around you that time? Miami was around him. Did you call all those things? Did you also do that secretly? No, you guys don't understand. Did he tape everybody
like
he was
mainstream media
with secretly, including Jane Doe? Think about who was around him at that time. He literally, and you guys, just to let you guys know, Jane Doe is not public facing. Her identity has not been revealed. I promise you guys don't know who Jane Doe is, all right? I promise y'all, right? Y'all do not know who Jane Doe is, okay?
That's her job.
But you literally, right? You literally, nobody knows who she is. She is some random, when I say random, an unknown girl.
Because
She's a regular
you can tell
girl.
she got an agenda, because the way that she spins narratives is crazy. Listen to her. Watch how she spin all this shit.
Nobody knows. I know there's rumors going around, but they're not celebrity and they don't have a name. Okay? So stop it. But you think about what Sarah went through. You think about what Mia went through. You think about what Joy Chavez went through. You think about
Joy Chavez ain't been on stage.
all the women that Diddy was around at that time. Did they have to suffer like this, and did they not know?
No.
Okay? Again,
I was just telling. I don't think Diddy freaked off for multiple women at the same time. I just don't think that's possible, yo. If Diddy was freaking, if Diddy had a rotation of 5 women and freaked off with all of them, that nigga won't get no work done. Y'all gotta remember, your freak offs lasted 3 days, 4 days sometimes. Amen. So if he dealing with Young Miami, he dealing with what's the other girl name? Jen. Dealing with 50 baby mother. He can't freak off with all of them. That's impossible, yo. I don't think that's possible. That's that nigga was going 2 weeks straight. You know what I mean? No sleep. No work being done. No business being ran. Just freak off central. I don't think he can do that. I think Diddy had a rotation of females, and Shorty was just a freak off one. That was her role in his life. Everybody play a role.
at the end of the day, you guys, nobody knows who Jane Doe is. So let's just move on. Y'all don't know. I'm telling y'all, okay? In any case, right? And actually, I don't even know who the girl is. So it is what it is. Okay, right? So listen to me on this, okay?
Everybody knows what it is.
So Diddy and his secret tapings. Why do I say even secret tapings of Meek Mill's birthday party? Y'all don't remember when one of the party planners actually said that Diddy took over this like Count Chocula mansion, and he took out all of the smoke detectors or carbon monoxide protectors, right? And then he replaced them with something that looked like cameras, right? And when they left, the whole mansion was trashed. There was bloody sheets, there was condoms, there was all this stuff. Daisha Jones, thanks for you, thank you. There was all this stuff that was around, right? And all that stuff happened. And at the end of the day, everybody's, and that's what I said, why we thought that it was secret. Because after that, when Meek Mills was like, yo, no Diddy, what happened? There were photos that were taken from an above angle that looked like they were screenshots from the party. It looked like there was screenshots, right? And there were photos that were actually taken. And it was from an angle from the smoke detectors. So it's like, no, he used to film all these parties. I know that his team is really trying to say like, oh my God, freak offs were just one woman, one man. Maybe that's so the celebrity friends can get off. I don't know. I just know that
Look, you see how she pushing the narrative? She been pushing that celebrity shit the whole time. She still ain't trying back. She still ain't backing off of it. Even though it's proven that, there was no celebrities at the freak offs. Only Diddy girlfriends. She's still standing on that shit.
And at the end of the day, everybody's, and that's what I said, why we thought that it was secret. Because after that, when Meek Mills was like, yo, no Diddy, what happened? There were photos that were taken from an above angle that looked like they were screenshots from the party. It looked like there was screenshots, right? And there were photos that were actually taken. And it was from an angle from the smoke detectors. So it's like, no, he used to film all these parties. I know that his team is really trying to say like, oh my God, freak offs were just one woman, one man. And maybe that's so the celebrity friends can get off. I don't know. I just know that there are multiple party planners that went on record with reputable things that said that they also planned not only as corporate parties, but they also planned parties, right? They also
Now she's pushing the narrative that Diddy parties and Diddy freak offs are the same. Mainstream media. That's the same narrative mainstream media been pushing. And that's the same narrative I've been telling y'all is not true. And it's showing y'all in court that it ain't true. But she's still standing on it.
Plan parties for the sex parties. That is on record. So now that people are trying to act like, listen, I'm not saying it was like eyes wide shut, but I'm just saying for people to act like there was no sex parties going on, it seems like it's a little bit disingenuous. Now, again,
who are these people? Who else saying that? Who else telling people, that the freak offs and Diddy parties ain't the same? I know we've been saying that shit since day one. Everybody else was confusing it too. Thinking it was the same thing. Fuck these people she talking about.
The sex parties, you could say were, hold on, y'all. So the sex parties, you could actually say maybe were consensual. However, the freak offs, they are trying to say it's not. Listen to what happened. No, they ain't gonna be no mistrial. Stop believing this Fulton County propaganda. Harvey Weinstein is across the street and has asked for a mistrial. So
Railway in. Where you get this information from, Eddie? Eddie, can you quote? You have a source that you can quote that explain the real ending? I've been talking that shit in Cali, and we ain't got shit to do with that if you're a black man. Let them people fight.
So many times, I think he's up to 13 times. Harvey Weinstein has asked for a mistrial 13 times. He ain't gotten on once. Just because you ask for a mistrial,
that's a goddamn lie. I told her that in the comments. Harvey Weinstein federal case got overturned. You see what I'm saying? Like she just be over there bitch talking. If she talk, so if you don't know nobody, you're a believer. Harvey Weinstein federal case got overturned. Harvey Weinstein got 18 years in California. That's where he at right now. That Fed case, where he caught 30, tossed out. Did y'all know that? I'm the only person that knew that. Did y'all know Harvey Weinstein federal case got overturned? I forgot what the reason was, but it should have been overturned based off. I think the witness testimony was flawed, or the federal government introduced witnesses on the stand that the defense ain't know about, It was something. Let me show y'all. We'll get back to her. A lot of people ain't know that. People ain't. I know we reported on it. I know we reported on it. This shit was not too long ago. What's up, Samantha? It was a year ago.
You playing for an ultra?
She fast talk. So a lot of times when people fast talk, you tend to believe them. She don't know what the fuck she talking about.
After years of rumors and accusations, the 2020 conviction of Harvey Weinstein was a moment of vindication for his accusers. The disgraced movie producer sentenced to 23 years in jail for sexually assaulting one woman and raping another. Today, that conviction overturned.
We knew that Harvey Weinstein did not get a fair trial.
Appeals ruling the trial judge made a critical mistake by letting women testify that Weinstein assaulted them, even though their accusations were not part of the charges he faced.
Yeah, something like that.
Gracious, very grateful. He's like Arthur. I've been here 4 years in prison for something I didn't do.
For the more than 100 accused the movie mogul of sexual misconduct, shock.
This today is an act of institutional betrayal.
The landmark case was the cornerstone of the global Me Too movement.
This is not a blow to the movement. It is a clarion call. The legal system has never served survivors.
Today's ruling doesn't make Harvey Weinstein a free man. In 2023, he was sentenced to 16 years in jail after he was found guilty of a separate rape in Los Angeles. What it does do is pave the way for a retrial in New York. And if it goes ahead, Weinstein's team say this time the 72-year-old will take the stand.
Hogan.
In the United States, Smiley Hogan, 7 News.
Let's go back to the line as Tisa. Motherfucker just be talking, bro. Y'all.
Mistrial does not mean you're actually going to get a mistrial. Stop believing the hype, right? Listen. Anyway, let's get into this and what happened. It was really. No, they ain't gonna be no mistrial. Stop believing this fool down. Again, the Smex parties, you could say were, hold on, y'all. So the Smex parties, you could say, the Smex parties, you could actually say maybe were consensual. However, the freak-offs, they're trying to say it's not. Listen to what happened. No, they ain't gonna be no mistrial. Stop believing this Fulton County propaganda. Harvey Weinstein is across the street and has asked for a mistrial so many times. I think he's up to 13 times. Harvey Weinstein has asked for a mistrial 13 times. He ain't got no once. Just because you ask for a mistrial does not mean you're actually going to get a mistrial. Stop believing the hype, right? Listen. Anyway, let's get into this and what happened. It was really crazy. Okay? This was crazy. Okay? So again, they want to recall Dr. Hughes. She is the expert that they tried to get her testimony stricken. The prosecutions came back and said, we ain't stricken nothing. Guess what? We want this again. You guys don't forget, I'm going to be on Nancy Grace. I've already been on NBC Nightline. There's a bunch of stuff going on, and that is good. All right? So listen, Jane was telling her testimony about how at this point she had gotten tired of the freak offs, and she was always telling him, Sean, I do not want to have these freak offs, all right? Also, you guys, just to let you know, for the chat, we are not going to speculate. We are not going to say. We're not going to do. If I see anybody even trying to guess who Jane Doe's identity is, I will delete the comments and you will be banned from the channel. Now, for those of y'all that care about being banned from the channel, that might do something. But we're not going to guess or speculate.
To be lied to.
I don't even know who the girl is, and she is not a public-facing figure, and I do not believe she has any public-facing profiles, okay? So, cut it out. We don't want to hear it. Don't guess it in the chat. Don't guess in the comments, and if you do, I will be forced to block you, okay? Anyway, right? They said, so Jane was like, listen, oh my God, Payne Collins, how is Diddy been acting? Oh my God. When Jane was testifying, Diddy was sitting there leaned up. I honestly think he went from, to me,
come on, goddamn, get the goddamn point.
Really caring like she was human. And stop messing with her mind. In my opinion, Diddy was trying to give the, I think he was trying to give her the eye. And you know what I do want to say too? Jane, in all her messages, was begging Diddy to care. Begging Diddy to give a fuck about her. Begging Diddy.
Yo, but that's her fault. That's her fault. Yo, he told her, day one, I got other girls, we can be friends. So why the fuck is she begging Diddy to kill? Diddy told her he never cared. The fuck they don't care about nothing but freak offs. The fuck? You ain't figured that out yet? You see them participated in 75 freak offs, and she haven't realized that this is what Diddy cares about. If you want Diddy to care about you, and you gotta care about freak offs as well, or else there's no caring going on. Like you ain't sharing is caring, yo. And how Diddy card, if you ain't sharing yourself, then we ain't caring either. That was the deal. That's all you care about. That's all you care about freak offs, yo.
To stop, right? And just about her and treat her like she was human and stop messing with her mind. And you know the whole thing, if you don't want me, then don't talk to me. Like literally begging for go ahead and release himself. Hold on, let me put my
Get a load of this.
Yo, she gotta take accountability
from the
this,
PA lottery
with top
like
prizes of $1 million.
I don't see how this is Diddy fault.
bag over there. I'm back and sitting. Okay, right. So I think she was just like Jane was begging for Diddy just to stop psychologically torturing her, which is what he was doing. Which I think I'm gonna have on to talk about it because he did a good thing about how all these women, the pain was the point for Diddy. He loved psychologically torturing women. He loved psychologically torturing people. The pain and chaos. It seems like that's what he was there for. If you believe the victims, and I 100% do.
She had sex with 2 men. That nigga Diddy woke up, rolled over, and said, "You want to call it down?" Hey yo, that nigga freaky as a bitch. Like, how the fuck? Yo, she said we cuddled all night, and the first thing he woke up and said in the morning is, "You want to call it down back?" I said, "Yo, Diddy diabolical, man. God damn, yo, Diddy a wild ass nigga."
But the fact of the matter is, if he had just treated victim like she was human, if he had treated her like she mattered, and she wasn't asking for anything, she would just ask like, just an ounce, just a, okay, go ahead, be in peace. She wanted to be released from the trauma. I mean, mentally released. And he could have, but he refused to. And how ironic is it that the person you thought was your bottom B, the person you thought that you could delight and just smush their heart into like the proverbial ground, the person you thought that you could treat like
yo, she good at what she do though. Like when it comes to swaying people's opinion, you know, that ain't got strong opinions, she got that shit. I ain't gonna lie. If I ain't know about it, I'll listen to it too.
It's the person that even when you got on the phone and tried to manipulate, that's the person that took you down. But you know, the sad thing is, but lucky for us, but sad for him, is that he didn't take you, she didn't take
Looking
you
for
down.
us.
You took yourself down. You
Gotta
running
pay
that
attention to the
same
wordplay.
shit, doing that game, rinse and repeat, is what all had us in the courtroom. Why Marie Coley was lean to the side, baby. She ain't got no worries. You know, Mark Agnifilo, why this was going on, kept looking over at Diddy like, you okay? He kept looking over at Diddy. Yes, I am in court. I don't know what y'all heard, baby. He's gonna be in court till the day I die. 8BK said, we appreciate you too. I appreciate you too. Also,
She's the
BB
Black
said, hey,
Queen,
Tisa.
man. Straight up Black Queen came in hot. Hey, Black Queen, I say she need a freak off. Did he come home? Didn't need to reach out to her. Show her the life. You heard me. When Diddy beat this case, first freak off party, Tisa. Coming to get you, Tisa. Straight up. Diddy go get it right. I'm trying to tell you. Diddy get her right. She'll look at him different then. Yeah, man. Show her the life. Treat her real nice. No. Next thing you know, he paying your bills. Buying you cars, cribs. Then guess what? Y'all know what's next. I mean, and he buy you the house. He gets you the car. You know what's next. Hotel nights. Hotel nights. Freak offs is next. And it's all inclusive. That's what she need. She'll get right there. She think it's a game. Keep fucking around. You gonna sick Diddy on your motherfucking ass, Tisa. Keep lying and shit.
I think you should turn off the comments. They're saying that. Y'all, are y'all gonna make me turn the comments off? Are y'all going to make me turn the comments off? I'm on my phone. Hold on. Listen. B, if you need to, you can, thank you. B, if you need to, you can block people, of course, but you can also turn it off. I'm sick of, it's not y'all, I'm sick of the fucking dementors in this chat. Like, we are talking about real victims and getting justice served, and y'all trying to play a game again.
These not victims. There she go with that victim. These aren't victims. Hey, Black Queen, have you seen a victim in Diddy case? Like, I ain't talking about domestic violence. We seen a domestic violence victim. But have we seen any victims of sex trafficking? I don't think we've seen no victims. I think we've seen a whole bunch of suspects. What's the quote of the day? Don't ever renege. You don't ever tell Diddy you're going to give him all-star nights and then renege. That is the quote of the day. You know what I mean? If we learned anything today, that's what we learned. If you tell Diddy you're going to give him all-star nights and then renege, then good luck. Because he ain't standing for that shit. That's like your motherfucking side chick telling you she going to give you a threesome. And then you call it, you think about that shit all day. You call up, hey, what's up? We still going to do it? And she don't answer the phone. Oh my God, she liable to get cut off. Side chick get cut off. Don't talk to me again. Don't mention me. Delete my, so don't even follow me on social media. Fuck it. We cutting all contact. You know what I mean? It was all consensual. But I'm just saying, yo, like, they trying to make it something that it ain't. You understand? Like, yo, people, I guess, yo, a lot of people never lived a life like, you know, playing multiple different women and, you know, however you was living. So people don't really understand this shit. Like, this shit is foreign, but this ain't foreign to me. Well, the freaky shit he did is foreign. But the fact that how he was playing the women, and that shit not foreign. You feel me? You got different women for different things. You feel me? This the chick I deal with more often. This my late night girl. This the girl I call on the weekends. This, I mean, that's what he was doing, yo. And he wasn't trafficking them. It just so happened that Diddy had money and he was able to provide for these girls at the same time. He was using them for whatever he needed them for. But to say he was sex trafficking them by force or coercion, like, yo, that is wild to me. Like, if that's the case, a whole bunch of people doing that shit, the fucking feds ready to start coming down on your homeboy down the street for having 5 different girls. He used this girl for the car. He used this girl. Like, is he sex trafficking them too? Is he manipulating them through force or coercion? Is that a federal crime? What if he get her to fuck one of his homeboys? Was that trafficking? Like, yo, this is garbage, man. This case is garbage. It's bogus. But see, most people never live like that, so they don't see it like that. You understand what I'm saying? Like, yo, Diddy ain't sex trafficking these girls. He might have domestically abused some of them. Now, we ain't gonna lie and say he didn't. But sex trafficking? Sex trafficking? Nah, fuck no. He ain't sex trafficking these motherfuckers. It is illegal. But is it life in prison worth? Is it life in prison? Is it worth 30 years in prison? How many people got 30 years for this shit? Like, yo, we got to bring this into some type of perspective, man. Is it RICO charges? Like, come on, James. We talking about a RICO. We talking about Mob. We talking about John Gotti. This ain't John Gotti worthy. If we get caught because it's RICO. Man, no, who the fuck told you that? They try to change the definition. And we letting them. They try to change the definition. And it's a woman in Black Quay, you know what's crazy? A lot of women are starting to see it this way. A lot of women are sitting back watching this testimony and like, yo, what the fuck is this? Ain't no way. Ain't no way I'm allowing somebody to do this to me, man. I don't give a fuck how much money you talking about. Her reasoning for not wanting to stop the freak offs is because Diddy was paying her bills. Who the fuck fault is that? Who fault is that? That's Diddy fault? Is Diddy fault you didn't want to stop because you were scared he was going to stop paying your bills? How the fuck is that Diddy fault? I mean, sometimes you got to lose shit to gain things. Like, you know, sometimes you got to take a step back to take 2 steps forward. Like, what are we talking about here? What are we talking about here, man? So, if I was married and my wife, I paid all the bills, but I like swinging. You know what I mean? I like swinging. We swingers. She never displayed to me that she don't like swinging, but in her mind, she's swinging because if she tell me no, then I'm gonna put her out and she gonna be homeless because I pay all the bills. Am I sex trafficking her? Like, yo, people gotta bring context to the situation, man. Take it away from them and make it a real life situation. Am I pimping her at this point? Because she can't fathom telling me no because bills ain't gonna get paid. Oh, you got a decision to make. I'm not forcing you to do this. This shit is crazy, man. Like, yo, people is wild that they can't see through the bullshit. Hey, yo, we'll go out that bitch and fight. With it, yes. With it. Over here, we don't give a fuck about what's going on right there. Like, that shit ain't got nothing to do with us.
Guess who? And gotcha. Again, you're losing by the one, okay? Anyway, right? So anyway, all he had to do was just treat her like a human. All he had to do was not hold callous.
All she had to do was leave. What? The fuck told you that? Hey, really? Yes. Where do you get that from? When has that ever been the case? Like, well, we've been fighting over this bitch for a long ass time. Like, when the fuck did they join? Like, yo, man, you crazy, mother. You better not be black talking that dumb ass shit. You know, we been fighting over this bitch for motherfucking 100 years. The fuck, they ain't never joined the battle. They ain't never go front line soldiers in arms. Man, you crazy motherfucker, man. BLM. What the fuck is wrong with you? You know what I'm saying? BLM. Yo, we don't support BLM over here, man. I don't know if you know what BLM is, but you need to do some research before you type it in the chat. Your BLM ain't got shit to do with black Americans. The fuck BLM. The fuck? You take that shit over here to the motherfucking LGBTQ channel. The fuck? They over that bitch waving BLM flags daily.
And such an a-hole. Oh, that's all you had to do. And now look, you couldn't even do that. Dwana Freeman, thank you so much for the super chat. You couldn't even do that. You couldn't even do that. We're gonna go to members only. We can do it to members only. Thank you.
Yo, but don't get me wrong. I support what they doing, just from a distance. Let's know how a motherfucker from a distance. Yeah, right? Like, I support them. Salute to y'all. I watch it. You feel me? Like, yeah, straight up. Do what y'all gotta do. Throw the rocks at them people. Salute. I'm just over here. You know what I mean? Like, this is not like when you watching the basketball game. I'm in the bleachers. Watching. Like, all right, that's what's up. Cheering them on. I'm just on the sideline. I ain't in the game. You know what I mean? Just like the same shit that happened. Civil rights movement. On the sideline, ain't in the game. We watching them. Salute to them. Keep fighting. Keep hope alive.
My members run amok because I know y'all know how to act. Anyway, he couldn't do it. Let's get into this, right? Imagine sitting there. Why Merlin told me is she was confident. She was cocked to the side. She said,
salute to them. I ain't against them.
The girl's name, but she was like,
think that.
Play this on the one and twos, and she was playing a voicemail after voicemail, right? Let me tell you what's going on, right? So she said, now here's the thing. Unlike all Cassie's friends, they're like, oh, you still talk to Cassie. You still know Cassie, right? Victim said that she only met Cassie twice. Once at a fashion show in 2015 and another one at Diddy's Father's Day party, and that's where she actually met him, right? Now, here's the thing, right? She said there's been no... Victim said there's no communication outside of that. She said she broke down. She felt so bad. She was giving him a lot of sympathy. The jury was up and alive. They was taking notes, right? She said that she literally wrote all her feelings in voice notes. Voice notes are the new diary. She wrote all her feelings in voice notes. And then she copied and pasted some of the voice notes. And I said, oh, look at that. Victim is just like us. She copied and pasted some of the voice notes and she put it straight into, right? She put it straight into, what do you call it? She put it straight into the text. You guys, from a legal pattern.
So we're going to go to Sean G video next. But I told y'all yesterday, they shouldn't be allowed to use her fucking voice notes and notes that she wrote herself as evidence. Like that, yo, like there's a lot of things going on in this trial that's crazy. Because how can you refute them? You wrote these notes to yourself, like you didn't display this to Diddy. Like she wrote all these notes to herself about how she was feeling, but they're using that against Diddy in court. But Diddy, he wasn't aware of this. He wasn't aware of these feelings. Yo, that's bogus for real.
Kelly L, thank you so much. And Talking Doctor, thank you so much. Kelly L, thank you for super chat for the third live stream, okay? And Talking Doctor, welcome to the family, right? Listen. Anyway, so let's see, where is it? You guys, let's focus on what I'm saying. Forget the trolls and that I don't even think they're real people. They're not real people. And let them run these numbers up. It is quite okay, okay? Right? So anyway, they said is she said, hold on, let me see if I can go members only. One second.
I was looking for.
When your family's going every which way.
Okay, so on November 15th, 2023, this is days before this lawsuit was filed and nobody knew about it, right? The victim sent a text message, right? She sent a text message because apparently she'd been forced to have a free call. And she sent a text message being like, do this, I don't like it, this sucks, you make me feel like trash, you make me feel dirty, you make me feel this, you make me feel that. Jane was going in, right? That was before anybody knew about the lawsuit, right?
But Diddy told her to leave 30 times. Like, yo, that's the thing about, like, yo, how you keep talking about, she sent text messages, she said, yo, but the man said leave. You stayed. He told you to leave. She stayed. So what do those text messages even mean?
November 19, 2023, Jane sent this message. I'm paraphrasing. Jane said, I've been crying all night. It makes me sick that this loss for word is like reading my own trauma. You made me have freak outs for 2 birthdays. You made me have sober nights where I felt disgusting. You knew this lawsuit was coming and you gaslit me and made me feel crazy. This is all just some sick game to you. I'm nothing but a toy. So basically, realize that she had been psychologically, the pimp Romeo thing, logically manipulated and destroyed. It's Mimi. Welcome to the Tattletales family, right?
I don't think this is what I'm looking for.
Now get this. And this is what I mean about his cruelty. It's what got him involved. You could have called victim back. You could have sent victim a text. You hadn't, let me get victim on. Because I haven't stopped doing this mess.
I ain't looking for this one. I'm looking for the one where this is the one I'm looking for right here.
These defense team, you might just be preparing for a funeral procession. Today was one of the worst days we have seen in the Diddy trial, and it was for Diddy. They can't get around this. Now, you guys know I did a preview on all the violence that Jen supposedly
Sorry, Robert.
victim took from Diddy. Okay, we're going to call her Jen and Diddy Michael. I do want to say off the top of the bat, there will be no guessing in the chat over who Jane Doe was. I don't care. I don't care if you guess, if you try and imagine a world. I need your friendship right now, right? I can't talk. Don't. You heard, baby, right? Let's get into this, right? Anyway, let's jump into the most horrific stuff, and then we'll kind of zoom out, okay? Because let's just get right into it, okay?
Yeah, she definitely lying, racking up donations. That seems like they seem like the line pages are the one that get paid on this bitch. She need a freak off. I'm telling you, she talking all that shit. If Diddy invited her to a freak off session, she'd be there. She'd be there. I'm telling you, front row and center. You know what I mean? He gonna have 5 of his favorites lined up at the door. She gonna be in that bitch.
So Diddy, the indictment comes down, right? He's sitting up there gaslighting Jane, right? She's beside herself. He's saying, I need your friendship right now, right? I can't talk. Don't call. Don't send text. Just call KK. Again, KK is getting that co-conspirator charge, whether she wants to or not. And baby, this is directly from the federal government. Rands, thank you so much. He said,
they charged already if they was going to do that.
He was like, but I need you. It's so effed up what's going on. I need you. Listen, and then he said, you don't have to worry about nothing, right? Now, one of the most sickest things to do is, right, Diddy called Jen and was like,
For real.
yo, just tell me, just charge me. And she's like, I don't want to charge. No, you charge me, just charge me. Whatever it is, charge me. He literally called her phone and harassed her 1 billion times to say for her to pick a number that he could pay her so that she would be cool with everything he did to her, right? And when I say he didn't ask once, he was literally blowing up her text, screaming at him.
After the Cassie lawsuit. So after the Cassie lawsuit, Diddy reached out to this girl because he probably kind of figured, you know, once that lawsuit came down, a whole bunch of women probably eyes turned green. You heard me?
Charge me. She said, right? Do you want to give me $100K a year and then pay the next 2 years of rent, right? He then flipped it on her. As soon as she said, Zuri Angel said, Tisa, all I heard is you killing it. Oh, thank you, amazing work. Listen, he flipped on her. Mind you, he had been harassing her. He had done this. You guys, I'm just starting from the beginning. It gets a lot worse, right? We're going to go through all this really quick, and then I'll go home and do the big live, right? As soon as she said, all right, and it was pennies. He literally was like, F you, don't ever text me again. F you,
Hey,
I'm blocking you.
That was a test of faith. You know what I mean? He tested her loyalty. Look, Cassie just hit me with a $30 million lawsuit. I paid 20. So this was a loyalty test. I'm ready to call her and tell her give me a number. You know what I mean? See if she really fuck with me for real. You know, for all these years, she been saying that she loved me and she want to be with me. Let me find out. You know, let me call her and tell her give me a number. And then once she gave him a number, then he said, "Oh yeah, you on some bullshit." And he went off. You see how average that is? You understand what I'm saying? Like they try to make it something that it ain't. Like, yo, that was a loyalty test. See if she fuck with me for real. They call it manipulation.
You're a liar. I'm calling the police. Now, one thing I do want to say is, I don't know if Diddy's a narcissist, but it's giving narcissist, because you know how narcissists, they project a lot. Like, he was secretly taping Jane, right? And he then flipped around and was like, yo, are you taping me? Because he was secretly taping her. And to think that those secretly taped calls is what made him look so bad. I was like, damn, if that's not karma, I don't know what is. Nunya B says, if the jury says not guilty, does Diddy go free immediately? I think he does. They have to appeal, but I do think he goes free immediately. There's no way the jury can say not guilty. I know.
No way.
There were some people, men, who were saying, and some women, who were saying that, I don't see, okay, so what, it's fraud. We now have the violence, and we have graphic violence. And to go on your heart said, thanks, Tisa, for updating us. I'll be at the dark subject matter. The cute church court requires a law and order dance. KK is definitely a co-conspirator. I'm going to do that.
God damn, we ain't trying to do all that. You even goddamn runway model. Get to the point.
Just going to... Oh, get this. He also said that he was going to show her child's father all the tapes, right? He literally said, I have nothing to lose. She was screenshotting and sending to KK. It's like, are you seeing this, right? She said he's going on another bipolar tangent. Then she went off on him, and Jim was like, you baited me today. You kept bringing up my exes and all the abuse I suffered. Oh, see you, babe. Have a good one. You threatened to send tapes to my baby dads, right? Again, she reached out to KK again, right? She was like, he's starting to expose me. He's not in his right mind. She said, they were like, well, why'd you reach out to KK? They said, because KK is the right brain. KK is the one that knows everything. There's no way anything happens, and we don't know KK, right? She was like, KK, I need space, right? She's like, I just need like 2 weeks. I need to, listen, we've already broke up, right? Listen, I need space. She said, I'm traumatized from him. Now, what does this establish? One, Diddy, listen, this isn't the worst of it. I'm starting off slow, right? What does this establish? Diddy is out of his mind. What does this also establish? That KK was in on it. KK knew what was going on. KK was right there
he just got sued for $20 million.
You want high performance tools?
I've been out of my mind too. What are you talking about? He just got extorted for $20 million.
Now,
you don't think he had the right to be out of his mind after just being extorted by Cassie?
She said that Jane said that so then Diddy claps back. You're blackmailing me. This is harassment. He threatened Jane to call the police, right? Jane literally says, call the police. Let them see them MFing videos. Because guess what? I was drugged and high all the time. I don't even look like myself. Call the MFing police. Spoiler alert, he did not, in fact, call the police.
Now she trying to play victim. Like, yo, this is crazy. Yo, this is diabolical work, y'all. Yo, she was on drugs without Diddy. She was on drugs and she promised Diddy All-Star Nights. The girl took drugs, man. Girl took drugs. She loved them. Like most of the United States. Everybody, like she act like she motherfucking different than most of the United States. United States love drugs. I don't know if people knew that or not. It's a big part of society.
Police, right? KK reached out and said, hey there, about to read all this. You mean to tell me when all this happened with Diddy and after his house got raided in a grand jury investigation, you mean to tell me the one person that you can literally take you down like that, KK, the best assistant in the world, you weren't reading all of Jane's stuff? Okay, KK, right? Hi there, about to read all this. Jane says, you don't need to call. You're a woman. You know how he is. Sit down with him. He respects you. Call him down, right? She said, you know, he's threatening to expose me, dox me, send this stuff. Again, what do we have right now? We have witness hey, get home safely. All right. We have witness intimidation, right? We have tampering of witness, right? We have bribery. Charge me, give me a price, give me a price.
She wasn't a victim. She wasn't a witness at this time. So this is what Diddy defense team was talking about when they said this in court. They said in court that Diddy was tampering with witnesses, but at the time, see, she's not going to tell this part. It's in paperwork. At the time, the federal government haven't even reached out to this girl. Y'all gotta remember, Diddy investigation only lasted 6 months. This was a 6-month federal investigation, probably the fastest federal investigation that we ever seen in life. The feds be investigating drug traffickers for 10 years before they make arrests. They might buy 20 keys worth of dope and all fucking 10 grams at a time. You understand what I'm saying? An ounce at a time, they might buy 20 keys before they actually come down with charges. But in Diddy case, they did a 6-month investigation. So when he reached out to her, this was before the feds talked to her. So at this point, he's not, he's not coercing witnesses. He's not witness intimidating. This girl wasn't a witness. This girl wasn't on a witness. She wasn't a victim. She wasn't none of that. That's why you gotta get the truth out there, man. She over this bitch lying.
Else do we have? What else do we have? And that's before we get into the blackmail. That's before we get into the smex tapes. That's before we get into the violence. Do you see how that mofo's going down? Everybody that has a hope and a prayer that the patriot saint of wayward hoes, Diddy, is going to be saved from going to jail. You can forget about it. The patriot saint of wayward and abusive hoes is about to literally go to jail. Okay, right? So she said, in January 2024, now this was a weird sliding doors moment. And just hold on, because when I was writing this, I'm like, what does this have to do with anything? But it does come back around. In January 2024, Jane went to Vegas, right? She flew on some rapper's plane. They didn't say who the rapper was, right? She said that the rapper was in a relationship, okay? However, she was invited by the rapper and his girlfriend who was so beautiful. She said, listen, you little smut demons, I know what you're thinking. She said there was never anything sexual. It was purely platonic. The girl and her were platonic. The guy and her were platonic. Everybody around was platonic, right? She said they flew to Vegas on the rapper's plane. What rapper has a plane? What rapper has a plane? We don't have to think about that, right? It doesn't matter. I guess they all do. Trisha Dixon said, great job, T. So I'll wait for your updates. Thank you. Rose J, thank you so much for the super chat. Rosanna Mercury, thank you so much. Tonya Brady said, congrats on your Nancy feature today. You rock. Thank you, Tonya. My boss knew how addicted I am to your reports. To see the word docs, I do not want to see anybody docs. I don't care. I don't see you. Shine on Nancy Grace tonight. We're all rapper and the girlfriend.
God damn. Her hour live, she might do 20 minutes information.
And everybody was standing around on some literal eyes. Look at these guys. Security. Security.
He's a freak like Diddy.
All the U.S. Marshals and whatnot. And the court officers. See you guys. Get home safely. See ya. They all came out in their street clothes. Had to call security on them. Okay? They look like a band of thugs. Look at this band of thugs leaving the courthouse.
No, she trying to fuck. You think you slick. We all to you. We all to you.
Self instead of going to friends to actually get money, right? Oh, Tracy's Outlook said, Lovely Ty gave you a shout out earlier today. You're doing a great job. Shout out to Lovely. Let me just go on a tangent. I saw her in the line and was like, I've been watching. She is the OG of 2024, okay? He literally said, I had a dream about you. Smile I bought, right? What do you want to do for your birthday? And send a pic of the teeth I bought you. This man is so manipulative, right? So, Jane, right? They were going back and forth about whether he was actually going to take her out and do something for her birthday. Now, mind you, much like Cassie's birthday, every time it was a drugged up freak off, right? They kept going back and forth, right? He said he was begging to see her. She was crying. She said she missed him. I really do think they are for real trauma bonding. Even Jane being on the stand, it makes me think that she still loves this man, right? So she said that she was expecting one-on-one time in Miami, right? Now, here's the thing. She said she went to Diddy's. You know he has Star Island 1 and Star Island 2, right? She said she finally got there, right? And there were candles everywhere, lighting a path from Star Island 2. I guess that's where the family stuff stays out. To Star Island 1, that's where all the freak-offs go. So she said she was like walking down there, and she felt like she was a contestant on The Bachelorette. It said it pinged all her things. Like, she was like, finally, I'm getting the man that I want. I'm getting the man that I love. Finally, right? All this stuff was going on. She said when she saw it, she was crying. Candlelit entryway, candlelit thing. And I said, Jane is such a romantic. She had her birthday at 2-star and then went to 1. They led her over to 1-star with all the candles. There were balloons, there were gifts. They had a private chef with a 5-course meal, right? She said Jane was super happy. She was telling him how much he loved. Now, mind you, Diddy hasn't been arrested yet, but he knows he's under grand jury investigation, and he knows that he got a problem with Jane, okay? Now, get this. Diddy gave Jane some E to get high, right? And once she was high out of her mind you, this was supposed to be a private birthday celebration, this and that. Did he know he got that federal grand jury investigation? The whole world is on his neck. While she was high out of her mind, this fool looked at her and said, do you want to get done? He literally looked at her and said, do it now.
Did he crazy? Hey, did he wild as motherfucker? But yo, she knew what it was though. That's the thing. Yo, why? Yo, look, this is my thing, right? At this point, they have been freaking off for who knows how long. They only meet up to freak off. So what the fuck led her to believe that anything was gonna be any different? You know what I'm saying? Like at this point, y'all are 3 years in, 2 years in, freak off central. Sometimes 2 guys, sometimes 3, maybe 4. You know, you bluffed them on All-Star nights. That shit never happened. I think Diddy never forgot it. You feel? I think Diddy never forgot the disappointment he suffered or endured when she told him an all-star roster of freaks and sex workers, and they was going to party. Now, this is right after Cassie. This is like 2 months before he caught his time, before he got arrested. So more than likely, common sense would say that he's reaching out to check her temperature, to see what's up with her, to see if you rocking with me. Do you really fuck with me like you say you did, or not? And it got wild. You know, Diddy resorted back to old ways. Give y'all a fair warning. Diddy resorted back to 2011 when he was fucking with Cassie. And it got bad, man. No, I can't co-sign none of this. But what I can say is Diddy gave her options to leave several times. And Lizzie Lynn is miserable. I don't know what the fuck wrong with this person. They must have had nothing else better to do with their time. Parents probably raised them wrong. You know what I mean? But whatever it is, hope they get their stuff together.
You don't fear God. You're having freak offs right now, right? Again, you set her up for a freak off on One Star Miami. She said, and the prosecution was like, what happened? And she's like, we had sex. And they're like, in front of who? In front of Sean. And I said, oh my God. So after that, now here's the diabolical part, okay? After that, Jane flew in February 2024, they got back together. And I was like, girl, it is a trap. He is just using you. He don't want to go to jail, right? And who would have thought that you'd be the one to send him? I know he didn't. So they said they in February 2024, they got back together, right? And she took 3 trips to visit him, okay? At this point also, it sounded like Diddy had let her believe that they were living together, because she said that she had 3 fake freak-offs, right? With Antoine and Paul. She saw them once or twice. And Jane told... Oh, so get this. Now, I need you to put... Jane can put Diddy away. Diddy knows that. I'm sure Diddy's...
How the fuck you just gloss over the fact that you talk... Nate, what it is, baby? How she just gloss over the fact that she said that Jane thought her and Diddy was living together? Like, where the fuck did that come from? Like, she just adding her own facts. And what Trump call it alternative? She is adding alternative facts. Like, did Trump make that word popular? Alternative facts. Tisha Tells is giving her viewers alternative facts. How the fuck do you need somebody? What they stay together for a whole month? The man got locked up in March. This is February. So how the fuck how did he lead her to believe that they was living together in a month's time? Nah, come on, stop lying.
He was saying, if you don't treat that woman well, but he won't, right?
What's up, Nate? And then how you feel about this?
Well, but he won't, because it's not in his blood. Listen to what happened, right? He said that, he said that while they were there, right? She started saying, like, about her finances, right? She said, I have an OnlyFans. It's starting to do really, really well, right? He literally looked at her. This man is starving her money and was like, wow, you ain't even asked me? You ain't even asked me if that was okay? Then told her that since she's doing so well in OnlyFans, she can pay her own bills. Excuse me, sir? You are using...
What? That sounds about right. The fuck is it? It's good. I ain't think nothing was wrong with that. Shit, you get money now. Fuck, you don't need me. You go ahead and pay your own bills. You know that. But the crazy thing about it, right? If she wanted out so bad, that was her way out. He gave her another out. Like Diddy gave this girl. At this point, y'all, I think we had like 10, 15 chances to leave. She never left. But she's saying she's a victim.
Using my house for a freak off. You're trying to save money on hotels and using my house as a freak off. Excuse me? Okay, right? So then she said that listen. So anyway, he kept asking for a party. And she was like, so you basically want to have a party before the lawyers come, right? Because he was trying to get her to do a freak off. Jane was like, yo, let's just wait to do them, right? Let's just wait to do them. So Diddy was like, yo, I can still pull up with some wine. Like, what's going on? So Jane was like, all right. So then she was like, okay, what's up with the party? This was a real party. I thought they were talking about, freak off party. It was a real party. And she was like, yo, my mother's coming to the party. You know, he also told her, since the mom's coming to the party, she might want to chill, because I guess some girls were allowed around the family and some girls weren't. He said, listen, it's no problem. Since you're making your own money, we need to have a clean break, right? We need to just let things go gracefully and quietly. He was still trying to mess with her mind and break up. I'm leaving stuff out because I'm trying to get to the really good part, right? Ago, and she had begged him for money. He wouldn't give any money, right? They were always arguing about the rent, right? Then so then she was like, you know what? I'm making my money on OnlyFans. I'm doing this, I'm doing that. I'm sick of explaining. He had his accountant email Jen and be like, yo, you know that your lease is about to be up. Just remind her that he's still under her thumb, right? So then there was a bunch of search warrants. They said Homeland Security stopped by her house, right?
Alrighty.
She immediately called Fahim. Homeland Security had left the card. Fahim literally told Diddy, and Diddy got Jane her lawyer. Do you know that Diddy is still to this day paying for Jane's lawyer? And Jane's lawyer told her story about what Diddy did to her even before she told the prosecution, and the prosecution should have had first dibs,
She's
right?
diabolical.
She said that also
he paid for her lawyer,
one of the escorts
paying for her rent, and she out this bitch testifying on the nigga. That lets you know that the federal government tried to come at her with criminal charges. All these people testifying, y'all, got immunity because they all committed crimes. And in that sense, they'll say any motherfucking thing. That's the part people gotta understand. All of these people that so-called victims committed crimes. They all got immunity for a reason. So they'll say anything. And the crazy thing about it, like, yo, nobody knows if these conversations even happen. Nobody knows. What's up, Harley?
Cabral, I think that was Sly. Cabral said, oh, that sounded like the gates of hell were opening up. What the hell? Anyway, they said Cabral said he had called Jane and said, yo, I got a tape, and said he would release it on the dark web, okay? Jane asked, how you got that, right? And Cabral said that Diddy had used his phone one time. Now, here's what I do want to say. I don't believe that to be true. I think that I want to see Cabral on the stand, because I don't know if Diddy wasn't behind anything and Diddy wasn't trying anything. It's weird to me. The same thing with Cassie, a random person that shouldn't have had any access to the tapes is actually sitting there, and they have the tapes, and the whole time Diddy, the control freak that is Diddy, is like, what? Wow, that shit is wild. You mean to tell me that Diddy didn't forward that to himself and then delete it off the phone? It makes no sense. I think Diddy did that to scare her, because just like Cassie, he stepped in and was like, yo, I'll take care of it, right?
You see how she can apply logic when she want to? She can apply logic whenever it's against Diddy. But whenever it's against one of these other people that's testifying to Diddy, she applies zero logic. She spins it to fit her narrative.
They said Cabral wanted $10K from the victim. She was super upset, and Sean was too. This does not sound like the game he ran on Cassie. Create a problem so that he can be your savior, but he's the demon pulling you down, right? He also, well, here's the thing. A big media company had just bought the tape and called her and said that they would publish it. She said when she heard that, she fainted. When she heard that, she just fell out. She literally fainted,
it's like
right?
the fourth time she fainted.
And she said that
she might be anorexic. She might be
she was in 2-star, right?
She might be anemic. I think she might got a low blood count. Like, how many times she gonna faint in the 2-year time frame? Did she just faint when it was involving Diddy, or did she just have a problem with fainting? Was she narcoleptic? Was she going to sleep? Like, yo, she did a lot of fainting throughout this situation.
She said Diddy was spending a lot of time with his family and friends, blah, 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 this, that, and the third. Oh, also, an interesting thing came out in court, okay? They told the jury to strike this, but something came out. Remember that apology that Diddy gave? That I just want to say, when Diddy gave that apology, two things were going on, right? I told y'all that Diddy was under, a grand jury was being convened, and Diddy was under investigation, a federal grand jury investigation, and a grand jury would be convened. I remember that time because people were starting whole industries saying I was lying and clout chasing, and I'm just making up stuff, and Diddy was not under investigation, and there was no way a grand jury. This was like a year, this was like, I was saying this around the time Diddy did the apology video. I also said, yo, Diddy's coming out with the apology video. I said the exact time he was going to drop it. I said he was going to drop it at 11 a.m. on Sunday. The live's still up there. He dropped it at 11:20, 11:17 on Sunday. I said, what was he going to say? How he was going to say it in the exact order. My receipts were legit. And when that apology video came out, I could do my victory lap. Now, what's the importance of this? Because I want to say to the people that said I was lying and just making up shit, Mark Agnifilo admitted, right, that Diddy wanted to apologize directly to Cassie, and Mark Agnifilo told him, do not mention Cassie's name because do not mention Cassie's name because Cassie. He told Diddy not to make the apology, not to mention Cassie's name in the apology because she could or most likely be a grand jury witness, and they didn't want to get in trouble for grand jury tampering. So you know what? Tattletales, y'all knew. Mark Agnifilo knew. Diddy teams knew. And I think all the haters I had from last year calling me everything but a child of God should actually feel really stupid. But let's move on, right? So again, proof that Mark Agnifilo, he knew about the grand jury. But oddly enough, also, Mark Agnifilo actually, because here's the thing, I get the fact that of course Cassie was probably going to be a grand jury witness. But I remember how bad Diddy got dragged because he witnessed Cassie this on June 18th, 2024. June 18th, 2024. This is literally like a couple of months before he gets arrested. Jane says their LA home because it sounds like Diddy had convinced them that they were living there, like they were going to move in together, right? Diddy's paying the rent, right? Jen says they had the home to spend time with each other, to really spend time with it. And she was so happy she was getting all his attention, right? Jonathan, his assistant, showed up. What was Jonathan doing? Helping her stock the fridge with Diddy's favorite stuff, bringing Diddy's clothes over, bringing furniture he liked, bringing personal possessions. Diddy had this girl thinking they were moving in together. The messed up thing is, you can tell that this girl,
she don't have
Diddy,
her own mind.
Diddy is like, what? Let me continue the story. I'll get back to this, okay? Anyway, Jonathan, the assistant, high-level PA, I think another co-conspirator, assisted in stocking the fridge, bought all Diddy's stuff over, did all this stuff, right? Now, Jen bought champagne. She bought tequila. She had lights and candles everywhere, okay? They were walking in the backyard. The PA had stocked the fridge with all the little snacky snacks they like, right? She literally sounded like she thought they lived together. She kept saying, our house, our house, our house. So all of a sudden, Diddy arrives, right? And she's saying that they were so lovey-dovey, okay? She was so happy that he was at their house. She lit candles, right? There's pictures that she took of him in the hallway on the area rug. Why is that important?
Well, this shit gotta be like a mental illness. Why the fuck would you think that? Yo, this man and watched you have sex at this point, probably 100 men. What the fuck would make you think that now all of a sudden, after years of freaking off, that now y'all gonna be exclusive? I don't even understand how she thought that. That was a crazy way of thinking.
Team keeps trying to say that all this shit couldn't happen. Baby, Jane Doe had the receipts up, down, left, right, and the third. She documented everything. And the thing is, she documented it accidentally. Anyway, right?
Accidentally.
He was in the, there's a picture of him in the hallway area, on an area rug in the hallway with a timestamp, and the metadata has been confirmed, right? And it's right by that leads to the front door. The PA made all the lights red. She says she didn't like that because she doesn't like red lights, but she just wanted to make them happy, right? Diddy liked it like that. Diddy took a photo on June 19, 2024, also of them proving they were together. Also took videos that night, okay? There was even one video they played to the court where they were playing Just One Look at You and the World. They were playing A Lovely Day, right? And you could hear Diddy in the background, like mumbling and stuff like that, right? Diddy was drinking champagne mixed with tequila. I wonder if it was De Leon. Jen was also drinking that drink, right? And all of a sudden, Jen got into a jealous rage. She called Diddy a PDF file. When I said that, I said, oh, I almost dropped my pen. He called Diddy a PDF file. Now, and here's the thing. The prosecution was not going to let Shade Room run with this, right? No shade to Shade Room, right? But the prosecution was not. What is going on? Look at this. They got the riot gear on. Can y'all see that? What is going on?
Mom loves that they have fresh strawberries on top. Kids.
What y'all think Diddy did in response to her calling him that?
Protesting? Oh, what are they protesting? They got these cops in riot gear. Look at this. I might have to do this live on the run. What is going on? You see them boys in blue? Marching out here like Starship Troopers. Oh my God. Okay. And look, there's more of them. How many police are there? They get every police from the district. Can y'all see them?
Yeah, in New York City,
They're still coming up.
Biggest police force in the United
Apparently
States.
they having protests out here. Anyway, let me get out of here with the Starship Troopers. Anyway, right? If I pick up the stand and run, I'll still give y'all the update. But for right now, I think we are cool sitting there. What the hell? What the hell? The police are still coming. What are they Oh, I think I know what they're protesting. Yeah, I think I know what they're protesting. Angela Perry said, I'm Essen airplane right now. I could not wait for tease and tell. Who was the young girl he was with? And then I can run home, right? So anyway, so they're drinking champagne and tequila. Jaren is also drinking, right? All of a sudden, she calls him a PDF file, right? Kelly Steve said they're protesting ICE raids and the orange stain sending in the military. Okay, let's focus on Diddy, right? Now, here's the thing. Who was the young girl he was with? Because the prosecution made it say seeing that they weren't under 18 years old. However, she said that Diddy was 25 to 27 years her senior, right? And she called him a pedophile. And she literally said, this girl is not old enough to buy drinks, meaning she's not 21. What are you doing with her? Which, honestly, good point. If she can't even buy alcohol, what are you doing with her, right? She said if a girl can't buy her own drinks, why are you talking to her, okay? They were sitting on the kitchen counter, right? And he was bending over to touch a shoe. And she got overcome with rage. And she pushed his head into the marble counter. Now, the prosecution said, was there any bruising? Was there any this? She was like, no. And she got pictures from that day, the next day, the next day after that. There was no bruising. But she pushed his head into the marble counter. I said, okay, fair, accurate, right?
Damn.
And took on your heart. Oh my God, thank you so much.
Yo, you see that? How is that fair? Now, when Diddy started fucking beating her like a motherfucking pinata, then he's a motherfucking enemy. He's the devil. He's the worst thing that ever happened to humankind. But she just unprovoked, let her tell it, unprovoked, pushed this man's head into a table, and she called that shit fair. That is crazy.
On me, stay safe, Tisa. It just keeps getting worse with every testimony. Dirty Diddy. Okay, listen. So when that happened, right? After she mushed his head into the counter, she took all the glasses, the champagne glasses, and all the candles, and she threw it at him. She said she erupted in rage because she's like, all this time, you
need to stick around because this is lying.
All this time, you're treating me like crap. And she literally has a meltdown. Now, she says the glasses didn't hit him, the candles didn't hit him, but the wax got on his clothes. And you know the way Diddy feels about his clothes, right? She kept yelling, I hate you, as wax was dripping off his clothes. Diddy got angry. He was cursing.
I'm the best, G. She threw wax on him, hot wax. And the reason why I'm the best, because I've been telling y'all since day one that this trial was garbage. Find another YouTuber that I've been saying since day one that this trial is garbage. And the facts that I've been saying since the beginning is playing out in trial. Everybody else is lying, telling y'all Diddy Ray telling the whole industry.
All this time, you keep treating me like crap. All this time, you're treating me like crap. And she literally has a meltdown. Now she says the glasses didn't hit him, the candles didn't hit him, but the wax got on his clothes. And you know the way Diddy feels about his clothes, right? She kept yelling, "I hate you, I hate you," as wax was dripping off his clothes. Diddy got angry. He was cursing and calling her ass like, "You bleep, 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 bleep," right? All of a sudden, she said he got this demonic look in his eyes. And she all of a sudden calmed down and she was like, "Phew," and she took off down the house, right? She ran away to the master bedroom, right? And she kept telling him, "Leave, just leave." He literally kicked that door open and popped it off of its hinges and its locks. And again, these doors are super expensive, heavy doors. This ain't no like, you know, a 2-bedroom for $300 apartment doors that you can like hear, like the doors are hollow, right? Made out of plywood. These are heavy, right? He kicked that open. She then ran to the master bath. Like she ran to the master bath and locked herself in there.
Cause she didn't just get money. She just didn't get money. She got the lifestyle. You know what I mean? She got the experience. She got the trips. She got to ride on private planes. Yeah, like that's all it's about, Harley. This they trying to, I told y'all the game plan. And it might work for some jurors. The game plan is to make this man look so bad. Make Diddy look like the worst person in the world. That way, they disregard the facts. They disregard the charges. You understand? So if I can convince you that yo Diddy is the devil and show you that Diddy is the devil, then we can say he's guilty. I ain't got to produce no evidence of sex trafficking. You understand? I ain't got to produce no evidence that these people was trafficked with traffic. You know, I'm getting tired. And that's what they trying to do, yo. That's what they're displaying. But it might be some jurors that see through it. You know? Because they're not showing all these people had choices. They had choices. Just because I take something away from you, that don't mean you don't have a choice. Yeah, Harley, that's all it's about. It's about Diddy mistreating women. Diddy abusing women. But the charges is not abuse. The charge is sex trafficking through force or coercion. Yo, but they all had choices. You understand what I'm saying? They all have choices. And they chose to stay. You can't choose to stay and say you're a victim. You chose to stay. To this point, this is 2-3 years in their relationship. Especially for her. To this point, Diddy ain't lay a finger on this girl. He ain't lay a finger on this girl to this point. And then you hear who started the situation. She banged his head up against the wall or table or some shit. Threw hot wax on him. Now, should he have responded like this? Fuck no. You know, we don't yo, hold the fuck up. Hold, Michael. Yo, we don't do that here. Yo, we don't believe our victims here. If you thought this is one of them channels that believe all victims, you might as well exit stage left, because I don't believe all anybody. Fucking man, my victim channel. These motherfuckers are lying. Wait till the defense get a hold of her. Everybody that got on the stand have fucking lied. Cassie lied. The other girl lied about the fucking balcony incident. Capricorn Clark lied. Kid Cudi lied. Like, what the fuck is you talking about? Yo, I don't come over here that dumbass shit, victim shit. That's that Me Too movement shit. Motherfuckers be lying. Like, it's crazy old people just be falling for the dumbest shit. Yo, what the fuck is it? How do you know they victims? What makes them a victim? They had choices. They chose to stay. You're not a victim. If I'm a big time drug dealer and you decide to come into my crew and you find out we don't just sell drugs, we murder and rob too. Then when the police come, you be like, well, shit, I just thought they sold drugs. But now we in a RICO indictment and they charging all of us with murders and all these wild ass crimes. You ain't no victim. You was complicit. You just ain't know the water got this deep. Yo, because I hate that shit, yo. I don't like that. Yo, because that way of thinking is senseless. Victim shaming, believe all victims. Yo, that is senseless, man. You don't believe all anything. Fucking, like that's that dumbass shit. Fucking victim. What makes them victims? They all committed crimes. This girl admitted that she sold drugs, that she trafficked drugs. The girl Mia sold, she was a fucking drug dealer. Capricorn Clark admitted she brought drugs to Diddy. She set up free, like, yo, all these motherfuckers are criminals. They no goddamn victims. See, but y'all following the wrong channels and they spinning the narrative and not being honest about what's going on. If Diddy is running a criminal enterprise, every single one of these people was complicit. But why do y'all got immunity? What's really going on? So you're gonna give everybody immunity. Everybody. To where so Diddy's the only suspect. What the fuck do you call that? What do you call that? Is that justice? Do you call that justice at that point? We all was in this together. We all paid for sex workers. We all participated in freak offs. We all participated in illegal activity. But I'm the only suspect? And they telling the world y'all are victims? Man, get the fuck out of here. I can't believe people buying that shit.
Open again, right? They were showing pictures of this to the jury. When I say the door was split through, it looked like something from Jack Nicholson from The Shining. And I kept saying, what is it? First of all, Diddy, they keep saying he's a crackhead. I don't know if he is, but crackheads do have superpowers. But what is Diddy that he is always...
Yo, where in the testimony did say Diddy was smoking crack, yo? Like, yo, what the fuck? Yo, where in the testimony did it say Diddy was smoking crack? Like, yo, what the fuck? Yo, hold the fuck up, yo. Hey, yo, hold the fuck up. Hey, yo, we been listening to 3 weeks of testimony, yo. I have not heard no crack pipes. The fuck? No coke, no crack residue. Like, yo, we ain't heard about those stems or nothing. Like, I used to go call a man a crackhead, man. He got the nigga crack. Yeah, he said that nigga was smoking crack. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, yo. I can't see Diddy smoking crack, yo. Like, I know that nigga did a lot of illicit drugs, yo, but I don't think crack was one of them, yo. I do not think Diddy was walking around with the crack pipe. You. Hey, yo, I'm tripping. Yo, she just slid that in there. Yo, that man wasn't smoking no crack, man. Yeah, he did GHB. He might have sniffed a little cocaine. He might put cocaine in his weed. Yo, but that nigga was not over the table. shifting motherfucking cocaine, shifting powder to cocaine. That nigga did not have the water boiling. That nigga was not using the spoon with the water to put the coke in there and burn it. Yo, that nigga wasn't smoking crack, y'all. Don't put crack on a man. God damn.
Some kung fu panda mess. What is that? Somebody, if they really want to put him out of commission, villain superpower, right? So she ran into the bedroom, kicked it open, ran into the bathroom, kicked it open, right? Then she went to the master bath, kicked the door off the hinges. Then she ran into her master closet, right? He was like, let me in. She got so scared. She said she was wearing like a tight brown dress. She literally just threw, right? And put it on, and it was long and billowy. She just wanted something to run in, right? So then she said that she tried, after he kicked the door in from the closet.
Look, right? Who can vouch for this story? Like, yo, nobody, like, yo, that's the thing about this case. Like, everybody got these stories. There's no police report. There's no incident report. It ain't even no grievance.
She tried to run out the other way of the closet and run to the front door. She literally was running to the front door. And right when she was right there to see the front door, she said this man came out like a monster. He came out from the monster. And then he literally entering and kicking doors off the hinges and splintering down the middle like Hayuka, right? Street Fighter. He then kicked her in her thigh. She fell over onto the floor, right? It's not over. Then as she was on the floor, he literally put her in a chokehold and lifted her up by her neck in the chokehold, and her little feet were dangling off the ground. This mofo was trying to. And mind you, all this is going on June 19, like, 2024.
They slander. They already doing a great slander campaign. Yo, leave crack out of this. What be hard on crack? Yo, that man wasn't smoking no motherfucking crack. Yo, the fuck? Yo, you did wrong for that, teacher. You gotta apologize to that man for that, man. God damn. We already know he freaky. We know he a domestic abuser. And we ain't gonna add crackhead on there too, yo. God damn. You might as well save us sniffing shooting dope. Next thing you know, and they're gonna be shooting dope.
To the grand jury. After this, after the raid, if he is acting this, but is watching him, that man don't fear God. Anyway, right? I looked off the ground. Her little toes were swinging. She diddly fought for her life and squirmed out of it, right? Then she
already in Hollywood.
Ran barefoot for 6 blocks. She's a runner. She's a track star. She's gonna run away when it gets off. Sorry, y'all. God was telling me to calm down.
God was saying you lying.
Hold on, let me get my purse really quick.
Get 500 free spins.
Yo, she ran for 6 blocks, yo. That is a fucking boat. So Diddy chased out. So look, both these motherfuckers is on heavy drugs. Think about this, y'all. Both these. Well, we not talking about hold on, y'all, my phone. Yo, we not talking about Michael Phelps or Usain Bolt. Like yo, we not talking about people that's you know in the best health. I mean, they don't do calisthenics when they get up in the morning. They getting up in the morning doing drugs. Y'all believe she can run 6 blocks? All the drugs that they was taking. Do y'all believe she can run 6 blocks? 6 blocks. She admitted to taking cocaine, ketamine, GHB, Percocets, Tusi. Fuck else she took. And who the fuck ecstasy? And she ran 6 blocks? I doubt it. I think she'd have passed out on the 3rd one. You're right. She fuck around, smoked crack. She ran 6 blocks off all them drugs she was taking.
Okay, sorry about that. That was the win. Anyway, right? She ran. She ran
numbers,
6
y'all.
blocks
They
in
try to
a
keep our
dark
numbers low.
residential neighborhood. 6 blocks she ran, okay? And she said that she hid I said, where? She said she ran barefoot for 6 blocks, right? She had nothing with her.
She probably
no
did
phone,
fake.
no nothing, whatever. She was just running for her life, right? Mind you, her hip is really, really injured, and she just got done being
And she
literally
ran 6
dangling,
blocks.
right?
That's
She
this whole
literally
story
said
don't
she
make
hid
sense.
for approximately 2 hours, right?
Diddy, why
And
should
then
we
she
take
said when
the
she
day?
went back to her house, she took the long way back to her house because she didn't want to see that mofo, right? She took the really long way back to her residence. She said when she got back to her house, she saw Diddy walking toward her, right? She said she immediately went to the guest bedroom. That's the only door he
So
had
now
kicked
Diddy
in.
is so
Mind
this.
you, it's
Yeah,
been
this sound like a motherfucking Jason movie. Don't you know how in Jason they always running, then Jason just be walking behind them, and they run 75 miles. They run all the way across town and turn around. Jason's still walking. Like, oh, she got this from a Jason movie, y'all. Fuck it, I'm standing on it. She watched Jason before she testified and came up with this elaborate story where she ran 6 blocks and came back and Diddy was standing in the window. Diddy was standing in the doorway. That's the shit that happened to Jason. Cause she working with the system, yo. She working with the system. She always, if you notice, her narrative is always the same as the systems. It's never different. That's strange, yo. You gotta watch them people, man. Them people who narrative is always the same as the system. Gotta watch them. You respect women beaters? Do I respect women beaters? Yo, I don't think it's nothing cool about putting your hands on no motherfucking women. I'm saying these motherfuckers are lying. The fuck? This girl is lying. This story sounds believable to you? Are you listening to this story? Are we listening to the same story? This sounds like some of them lawsuits that was filed. This story sounds believable. She ran 6 blocks. So Diddy must wasn't chasing her. What the fuck you run 6 blocks for? Diddy probably couldn't run a block. You ran 6 blocks. How long did it take you to get back? After running 6 blocks, after you just got choked and all this and kicked in your leg, like, what's the time frame between you running 6 blocks and you walking back? What you came back 3 hours later? 2 hours later? And Diddy just was still standing there waiting? That sounds believable. Steinson, you believe that story? Like, yo, let's go. We keep it real over here, yo. This ain't one of them channels. You know, this one of the channels we gonna tell the truth. We gonna use common sense. We gonna use better judgment. We don't believe all victims here. My next live is gonna be called "We Don't Believe All Victims," because motherfuckers be lying, and it's been proven. Especially when you got immunity. Especially when you got immunity, which means you're free from prosecution.
Hours. How you?
If she ain't had no incentive to lie, she should have said, "No, I don't want immunity." Because everything I'm saying is going to be truthful. I don't want no immunity. Why are these people taking immunity deals? Hell yeah, bet. You said 15 in life? We can bet that. I doubt it.
She's still mad. She went over to the guest bedroom. He kicked in that too, right? He kicked in that too, right? She was throwing glasses and candles and screaming, "Get away from me! I hate you! Leave me alone!" All right?
Right, and you don't
Now
forget
listen.
the fact, if you listen to her story, don't forget she banged his head up against the wall. Don't forget that, and she threw hot wax on him.
At that point, I think Diddy's lawyers were like, Your Honor, may we have a sidebar? And they went over to have a sidebar. Now, we can't hear what they're saying, but Maureen Comey was being super.
Why the other day you said you heard what they were saying at the sidebar? What I tell y'all? What I tell y'all? The other day when she said, I heard in the sidebar they was talking about a mess. I said, you can't hear shit in no motherfucking sidebar. Now, we can't hear in the sidebar. Wasn't that just yesterday? Or 2 days ago? Or about 3 days ago. Who remember that live when she said, yeah, I heard in the sidebar when when Diddy defense team said that the girl Mia was lying. She said, well, they knew they wasn't lying because it was a sidebar and they was talking about a text message that they was trying to that was gonna prove our case. I'm like, oh, you can't hear nothing in no motherfucking sidebar. I've been to court. My lawyer they didn't have sidebars, nigga. They play that white noise. You can't hear shit. The whole courtroom. Cause you know they got speakers all around the courtroom. Yeah, you already know, you can't hear nothing during them sidebars.
Were animated at the sidebar. I kept seeing Judge Aaron shaking his head. No, I don't know if it was to Maureen or there's something that Diddy wasn't doing, but it was doing it, right? So anyway, right? Maureen called me. She was being super animated at the sidebar, right? And the judge kept shaking his head. No, it don't matter. Maureen didn't need that. She came back with a vengeance, right? Okay, so Jen after that ran to.
Yo, if they was, yo, what the fuck is wrong with y'all? Why are people making this shit so personal? Like, yo, these people ain't living like us. Yo, if Diddy was to do this to my sister, yo, man, Diddy would have problems. You understand what I'm saying? But at the same time, where the fuck is her family? Why nobody stepped in? Why nobody? How is that my fault? That anybody step in, anybody in her inner circle step in and do nothing to Diddy. Maybe she ain't want nothing done to Diddy. Maybe people tried and she said, no, leave him alone. I love him. Yo, it's one of the worst mistakes you can make. Is getting between a situation like this. I just seen situations where a nigga try to break up a fight. And I didn't broke up fights between men and women, you know. But you gotta assess the situation properly. But I done seen situations where motherfuckers try to break up a fight and the man and women get to jumping on the person that tried to break it up. Yo, but this story she's telling sounds fictitious. Sound fictitious. If Diddy was gonna whip her ass, he'd have did it like he did Cassie. You know, that shit started like I believe Cassie about the beatings. But this story she telling, she don't have any proof to back it up. No police report. At least Cassie had pictures. Witnesses. There's no witnesses to this. There's no witnesses to this, man. It's just her account, her story. Look, but it gets deeper.
To the patio. So the door comes open, she sees it, and she's like, again, it was an episode of Shining.
Yeah, he did.
She then
I think so too, McFarland.
Right?
You know, it's a money game. That's my take on it too. He paid too much money to lose. Then he probably paid $30 million for these lawyers. He paid too much money to lose, right? And if he lose, he ain't getting no 15 years. Maybe 3. He ain't getting no 15 years. That's dead.
And while she ran out to the patio, he tried to grip her up again. She did the only thing she could and turned around and mollywopped him.
Hit him again.
How much could her hits have hurt? Because as we saw from her testimony, but also as we see
listen to how she just glossed over that. How much could her hits have hurt? So she done punched him in the face. He turned it down. He should have turned it down. I wouldn't have took that shit either. She punched him in the face. How much could his hits have hurt? She slammed his head against the wall, but he didn't have any bruises. Now I don't think this should even happen. How she slammed his head against the wall and he ain't get no bruises? I think the story is garbage.
Videos and pictures that are being displayed, he does not have any marks on him. So if anybody's saying, "Oh man, shut up," he didn't have a mark on him. All right. Now, she came back, right, and she mollywopped him. And she screamed why she did, right? "I hate you," which I said, this sounds 100% accurate. Usually when you mollywop someone, you scream "F you" or "I hate you."
Yo, Diddy probably is a violent man. I'm sure Diddy, we know he violent. We see what he did to Cassie. Yo, but just because Cassie's story is true, that don't make hers true. You understand what I'm saying? Just because Cassie's story about domestic violence is true, that don't make hers true. Man, you gotta realize this is after Cassie lawsuit came out. If you notice, everybody's constructing their stories around Cassie's lawsuit. All these people got together. They all had conversations. It's documented. They all talked. Cassie talked to fuck the last girl was before her testimony. They all talking to the United States government.
Right? So then she ran into the backyard, right?
See, yo, people gotta understand, yo, prosecutors are cahoots witnesses. Jay-Z not going to trial. Yo, where do y'all get this shit from? Yo, anybody that told you Jay-Z is next, unsubscribe. If a person told you Jay-Z is next in relationship to some Diddy shit, you need to unsubscribe because they just fed you the biggest lie in the world. They don't care about their views. They just try to monetize off of you. They ain't trying to give you no real truth. They just try to make a bag. They'll tell you anything. They'll tell you fucking shit. I don't know. Santa Claus is real.
To the deep part of the backyard. And about that time, I'm like, is Jane Doe living in a mansion? Because what is the deep part of the backyard? My backyard, I can just stand there and be like, you, and you, right? But anyway, she ran to the deep part of the backyard. She said it was a very long, but maybe slightly narrow. So she ran to the deep part, right? And she said she fell down, much like Cassie, and she started curling up into a ball. Now, can I just say, Young Miami was talking about, unlike some people, I'm not playing a victim. How can you hear everything that Diddy did, even if it's not illegal? Why would you want to see a future with someone like this? Because this is your future, but you know, it's none of my business. Anyway, right? She fell and she curled up, right? Jen curled up in the ball, in a little ball. And then Diddy
They admitted it. They all admitted it in court. The defense team showed everybody. They all had conversations. They all got together and constructed these fucking stories. The balcony incident didn't happen. Cassie talked to Mia Girl. Mia Girl talked to Cassie. They trying to figure out where we going. But like, yo, a lot of this shit is lies. This is a slander campaign. All this fighting went on. Wait till she explain how Diddy beat her. And at this point, she said, you done with him. But you don't go to the police. You don't file a police report. You don't even tell nobody. Yeah, Diddy probably is a scumbag, but that don't mean he sex trafficked these people. Like, why two things can't be true? Diddy can be a scumbag, but that don't mean he sex trafficked these girls.
Times in the backyard, right? She was curled in a ball after he punched her 2 times in the forehead and in the eye area. Same thing he did to Cassie. I think he likes bruising and all the stuff women, right? She curled up in a ball and he started punching and kicking and going crazy. He started stomping that girl out in the backyard, right? And get this, he was then, while he was stomping and kicking her, screaming, "You're trying to take me away from my family! You're trying to take me away from my family!" I said, ain't nothing worse than a demon that got misplaced anger. Ninja, you and your baby oil and your candle and your violence
we
fetish.
just skipped the part. How the fuck did we get there? The beef started off because she called Diddy a pedophile because Diddy was fucking with a 20-year-old. How did we jump to the point where now Diddy is whipping her ass, telling her that she's trying to take him away from his family? Like, yo, we missing something. Yo, Tessa, you left out some intricate details. Because that's not what the beef was over. At least that's not what she testified to. Unless you left something out. She testified that she punched Diddy in the face because Diddy is fucking with a 20-year-old girl that can't buy liquor. Now, why is Diddy stopping and kicking her saying that you trying to take me away from my family? Something, I don't, we missing something.
It's going to take you away from your family. I don't understand how Diddy blames everybody else for taking him away from his family. Ninja, is you. You're the reason you got taken away from your family. And even when you should have been acting right, you were still out there doing these freak offs, being abusive, and acting a complete and utter fool. I don't want to hear it. Anyway, right? So they said that after that, right? I might have to move in a second. They said after that, she was violently beaten and kicked, right? Get this. They also go on to say that Diddy had his shoes on while he was beating and kicking her while she was barefoot. He then grabbed her by her hair and her arm. Like, this is Game of Thrones, right? Like, remember when the Mad King Joffrey literally, no, not Joffrey. Who's the guy? There was another mad person. Sansa always had some abusive guy where he would throw people to dogs. This sounds like the way they would bring her back every time she tried to escape, right? He dragged her by her hair and her arm and dragged her back to the house. Jim was yelling, "I hate you, I hate you." She dragged her into the master bedroom, right? That's when she saw Diddy's phone, right? Gina Henderson, thank you so much. You said coffee on me. You're welcome. I'm glad you enjoyed the Diddy coverage, right? She said she was dragged into the master bedroom and she was trying to cool off. And that's when she saw Diddy's phone, right? And she decided to call the little girl. She called that girl and she was like, "Yo, how was the trip?" The girl, whoever it is, started cursing her out. I looked at it, it's like a scene from Belly. "Don't be calling my phone, blah, 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 blah," right? She started insulting her, okay? Now get this, another sicko thing. When that happened with Jen, the girl started insulting her and calling her everything but a child of God. Diddy held her down and made her listen to all the shit the girl was talking to about. Diddy held her down after he just got viciously beating her and let another woman berate her and do all this stuff because she needed to know her place, right? Now, here's the thing. By this time, Jen is just like she's going crazy. She's beside herself. She wanted to get away from him, okay? She literally screamed, he's beating my ass right now, right? But she was asking for help. And that's what made Diddy hang up. Because he was like, "She's beating me up right now." And Diddy hung up the phone, okay? Mind you, I don't think the girl called back. And again, I don't understand how when you see somebody being abusive, it never clicks in your head that you might be next, you know? Anyway, she wanted to get away from him. Now get this. Diddy FaceTimed Jonathan. Right? After that happened, Jonathan's assistant. Now, mind you, all this shit just happened. This is happening one on top of the other. Like, seconds are elapsing, right? Diddy told his PA to tell her there wasn't any girls in Montana. Tell her there wasn't any girls in Utah. Of course there were girls in Utah. Diddy can't do anything without some girl next to him, because how's he going to get the guys? Anyway, right? She said she was just so exhausted. And she's really into spiritual and energy and stuff. And she was so exhausted. And she's like, "I have to go." So she went in the shower to cleanse that energy off her. And she said, as she was walking in past the bathroom mirror, she came and turned to herself. And she had a huge black eye and 2 giant knots on her forehead. Okay? Now, they were the size of golf balls, 2 of them, and a black eye was falling.
Hey, Rogue, I can't wait. I can't wait till she get across it. Yo, that shit is yo. If y'all think the last girl was bad, Mia, wait till they cross-examine this girl, yo. Oh my God, that shit is gonna be crazy. She gonna get caught in so many lies. Steinson, just make sure you back when it's cross-examination time. It might be tomorrow.
Diddy had no injuries. This woman is very much smaller than Diddy, right? And get this, she stepped it. Listen to this thing from The Shining. Diddy is a menace. He is going to end up killing a woman. To me, it gives murder, everything vibes. Like,
I ain't say Cassie lied about. Cassie had proof. Yo, where's the proof? Out of all the allegations, right, that we have heard, where's the proof? Where's the proof that Diddy held that girl over a balcony? It got proven she was lying because Diddy was in New York at the time. Where's the proof that Diddy firebombed Kid Cudi's car? Where's the proof? It's 5 o'clock. Oh, it ain't 5 o'clock yet. You saying Diddy do it? We know Diddy beat Cassie. We know that. Like, that's not up for debate. Where's the proof that he did these things? Where's the proof that Diddy went to Capricorn Clark hotel room with a gun to chase down Kid Cudi? There's no proof to any of it. It's just people talking. And since it's Diddy, and since he's a domestic abuser, everybody's just listening. Nobody's questioning it. Well, it is some people questioning. But it should be more people questioning it. Because it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense that they're allowing these people to just come up here and testify without no proof. Where's the proof? Everybody was scared. But they all left and came back. Cassie fucked Diddy in 2018 while she was married. They ain't showing no proof to no jury. Fuck is you talking about, real? These are people that's in the courtroom. No goddamn proof. Cassie was she was so scared of Diddy. She was a victim of Diddy. And she fucked Diddy while she was married with her husband on FaceTime. Then when she got questioned about it, she said, well, he was on the phone. I don't know if he was on FaceTime or not. But she was a victim. You was scared to death of Diddy. You couldn't leave. But here it is, 2018, when you was fucking with Diddy in 2011, 2012. People. I'm glad you back. I was looking for you earlier. Had a question for you. Forgot what it was though.
I'm not even joking, because listen to this scene, right? So she's just like, I can't take
right.
this.
There's no proof for any of that.
She doesn't know what's going on. He won't leave. She finally just gets into the shower. She is naked in the shower, as human beings tend to be, but not demon child Diddy. Do you know she said she was in the shower, right? Diddy steps into the shower with his pants on. This fool got his pants on. He's in the shower in the pants on. He wasn't trying to get under the water. He wasn't trying to be romantic. He stood there on the other side of the shower. Y'all, this is a horror movie. He stood there with just the pants on in the other side of the shower while she don't got any clothes on. He then slapped her. Boom! He slapped her. Boom! He slapped her. Boom! Each time he slapped her, she would lose her faith. Finally, on the third one, she went down and fell on the hard marble. You're in a shower, completely vulnerable, no clothes on. You've already been brutalized outside. You've been hiding barefoot for 2 hours, and somebody steps in the shower with you with pants on? Y'all.
Hey, yo. Y'all believe, I'm sorry, y'all. Yo, I do not believe this story.
It will bring the world to self-destruction.
I don't believe this story at all.
Y'all. Anyway, the third time he slapped her, boom! She fell down and hit the marble, right? she fell over, right? Why that, so the prosecution was like, and what did you say, Jen? And she was like, I said he was a bitch and I hate you. And I said, I second that. I second that. I second that, right? She said after that left, she was just exhausted. I mean, exhausted. She crawled out of the shower, okay? She crawled out of the shower.
Diddy paid for her lawyer and still paying her bills. Diddy is paying her bills and currently paying for her lawyer. If somebody did all of this to you, if somebody did all of this to you, are you still going to accept their money? He didn't trick you into this lifestyle of freaking off. Fucking 4 or 5 men at a time. Beat your ass. And you still allowed him to pay your bills? She said she's making money on OnlyFans now. She don't really need his money. Because she got an immunity deal. Real? Which means she could have been criminally charged. That's all their incentive to lie. What the fuck? All their incentive to lie is they got immunity deals. They can say anything on a. Yes, she did. All of them did. All of them.
Shower, and she just sat there in severe exhaustion. She said she's never been so exhausted in her life. She's never been anything. And this fool is still there.
Subpoenaed and her having. Yeah, she got subpoenaed, but she got immunity. She's free of prosecution. Because she admitted on the stand that she took drugs from LA to Miami on 2 separate occasions. Yo, that is a crime. They all do, yo. Cassie had immunity. Mia got immunity. Capricorn Clark had immunity. All of them, they got immunity deals, man. These are co-conspirators. If Diddy, these are co-conspirators. They're not victims. You don't give victims immunity. A victim doesn't need immunity.
He hasn't left yet. He's still there. So you're sitting there with like a caged animal, right? He literally came in to look at her. She was all like, he literally was like, yo, just put some ice on it, right? And then he told her to put an outfit on. The outfit was the outfit for a freak off. He said, put an outfit on, right? And get this. He said that while he was barking that at her, he was using.
Who announced it in court? Not the prosecution. Who exposed that they got immunity? Not the prosecution. The defense exposed. So who got immunity, real? Explain it. Since you looked at the documents, who got immunity? Cause I could have sworn we read it in the tweets. Yeah, I know. And she got immunity.
Right? How do they know? Because she was screen mirroring the pee onto the TV. I know she was sitting there like, oh my God, right? Get this.
The defense exposed it. The prosecution never exposed it. The defense exposed it.
that was happening. He scrolled her messages and saw old messages about with Anton, the hooker, talking about like, oh, that was crazy. We saw each other's mutual friend. This is January 2024. Can you imagine that demon going through all your messages? The cheater, the pumpkin eater, the psychotic person.
I told you this. I knew this is gonna come back to bite him. Yo, you can't freak off without Diddy. Yo, there is no freaking off without Diddy. Like, how you not gonna invite Diddy to the party? I knew this was a violation, y'all. She went back and she started going back and fucking the sex workers. She was fucking the sex workers on her own. But Diddy was trafficking her.
Like, are you cheating on me? Right? He scrolled through, so she's sitting there after she's lumped up, beat up and everything, watching all her messages go. Just sitting there scared, right? He said he finally found that, right? And he literally said, what is this? Why are you guys together? You guys don't have any mutual friends. She said she lied because she didn't want to escalate, right? And then he said, well, you know what? I'm calling Anton over. He called that same fool over that he's now accusing after he beat her up and she got knocked all over in a black eye. He called Anton over to have a freak off, right? Now get this. She said, so get this. He texted Anton. He saw that on the screen mirror and she was like, why would you text him? Why would you text him? Right? He literally looked at her and he said, because you're not going to ruin my life. No, you're not going to ruin my night. He told Jen to put on some makeup, right? And put on some makeup to cover the black eye and flip her hair over to the side so that it covers up the golf-sized hickeys. This man is deranged, right?
Yo, this sounds fake.
Jen let Anton in, right? And she said that when she met in, you know, they were talking and Diddy was just...
So, he just did all this damage to her. Smacked her in the shower. She hit her head on the wall. And she was able to hide it with the makeup and just putting her head to the side. And then invited a witness. At this point, he's a witness. Is Anton going to come and testify to these events? I need to hear this from Anton. So he came there. And she was heavily made up. The vibe wasn't off. At the very least, the vibe should have been off. Let's see what happened.
Sitting in the corner with an evil stare. Just evil. Just psychotic, right? With an evil stare, right? And then he said, yo, I need to talk to you. Come here.
Right.
And he separate room, right? Now he pulled her into the master bedroom. Because the master bedroom, the door was off the hinges. It couldn't close all the way, but they tried to close it a little, but it was still open, right? And he said, yo, those text messages wasn't sitting right with me. What's this mutual friend y'all know? The audacity that somebody will say this text message wasn't right with me. Who's the mutual friend, right? Listen, she said she told and said that this is what happened in Vegas, but there was no sexual contract, right? And she said, what happened after that? They said Diddy sat there, she saw, and his heart just sank. He just looked so hurt. I said, baby, that's not hurt. Anytime a lion looks at, he's about to rip your face off, right? And he literally looked at her and said, did you just cheat on me? Did you just cheat on me? The cheater, pumpkin eater, did you just cheat on me? I thought it was an open relationship. What happened? I thought it was an open relationship, right?
No, it never was open.
He said, you let a key star have something over me.
Talking about?
Diddy, I'm an actor, I'm an entertainer, I'm a mogul. You let that man have something over me. I said, boy, stop, right? Anyway, she said that he literally then called her in and he was like, take this MF&E pill and shove pills in her mouth. You better take this MF&E pill, right? And then so he had no choice. He literally said, you better take this. This is a man that brutalized her. What are we at? He has brutalized her, kicked her, stomped her out, did a chokehold, had her little feet, had her little toes dangling. He has literally forced her to hide in the street barefoot, right? He said that she was in that. Hold on, I'm almost done, right? She said that she was in the bathroom. She took it. He said, you better take this. You better take this MF pill. You better take this MF pill. Go. And then after she took it, he was like, no, get out of here. Get out of here. Go at them.
I think Diddy had pills on deck. At all times, that nigga had a pocket full of pills. Diddy had crazy motherfucker.
Go S his D. I don't care. You're not gonna ruin my night. You better go do something for him. And then get this. While he was telling her all that, she said he got in her face and was like, "Is this coercion?" Yo. When I said, at that time I wrote in my notes, "You going to jail, ninja. Is this coercion?" But get this. Jane started screaming, "I don't want to. I don't want to. I don't want to F him." Now she's all bruised up, tight, had the worst night of her life. "I don't want to. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this." And he was
but that's how they trick you, bro. John. That's the game plan. You see how some of y'all is falling victim to the game plan? If I can show y'all that Diddy is a horrible person, I could convince you he's sex trafficked without no evidence. I could convince you he's sex trafficked and sentence this man to the chair unjustly without no evidence. Diddy not on trial for domestic abuse. I don't even believe this story. This story sounds like way too animated. I don't believe this story. He did all this to you. Whipped your ass. Same night. Found out you was fucking the sex worker. Called the sex worker over. Mind you, she battered and bruised. Black eyes, body sore, everything. Come on, man. Like, yo, this sound believable to some of y'all? How'd she pull this off? He just beat the shit out of her. Smacked her in the shower several times. She fell, hit her head. And she was able to pull herself together in a matter of hours to have a freak off. Yo, people crazy right here. Like, yo, this story is fabricated. Right before he go to jail, though. Right before he go, this, mind you, this happened in June 2024. He did all this before he got booked.
Shut up and go do it. So he made her give oral to Anton.
And mind you, hold up.
She said she...
This argument started because she accused Diddy of being a pedophile and smacked him. And he hit his head on the wall. But he don't got no bruises either. Yeah, exactly, court of public opinion. They all committed crimes. That's why they all got immunity.
Felt sick and disgusted, right? And she said after Antoine had quote unquote finished, Jim was like, "Yo, you can leave," right? And she also told him, "Don't worry, I'll send something for you later." Diddy got, and get this, after he made her completely humiliate herself, that is great. If somebody doesn't want to do it, that is great. Make him talk. Anyway, he said after he completely humiliated her, and he had her send Antoine away, right?
So Antoine, mind you, Antoine was fucking her solo. Antoine didn't get there. After yo, come on, bro. Like, we human beings. You can tell when shit ain't right. So she just went through all of that, had a freak off with Antoine, who knows her well, cause they freak off solo without Diddy. He goes there, he can't tell shit ain't right. He can't tell, yo, hold up, yo, I ain't gonna lie. I mean, something ain't right about this. He freaks off with it anyway. Antoine, I gotta hear from Antoine. Let's see if Antoine take the stand. I'm willing to say he don't. I'm willing to say they couldn't get in contact with Antoine.
He then got dressed and then berated her. "You dumb B, you this, you that, you ain't this, you ain't that." He literally started berating her. Then he said, "I can't believe you cheated. I can't believe you went outside of what we have. I can't believe you cheated. He was walking in circles, pacing. I can't believe you cheated. I can't believe you ruined what we have. He said, we can never be together after this. You ruined what happened. You ruined what we're going to have. I wanted to give you the world. Again, serial gaslight manipulator. And all you have to do is probably do what you...
So he went from cussing her out, beating her up, saying that you trying to take me away from my kids and my family. Now he's berating her, saying, I can't believe you cheated. Like, this is a hell of a night. Maybe it's the drugs. You know, drugs make you emotional. Maybe, you know. But this don't sound like a believable story to me.
Your lawyers told you to do. Treat that good girl. Treat that girl good. Make her think that you've trained your ways.
So one of the options with regard to financing a boat, it's a
to ride out. But no. Diddy couldn't do that because it's not in him to treat people like that. He still needed her to know she don't run shit. She's his bottom B, and he will do that without what you will, or whatever that demonic saying is, right? Anyway, she said she just sat there quietly while he was acting a damn fool. Listen, she sat there while he was acting a damn fool. Oh, it's not over. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. I got to get to the rest of this. Business, April Garden. Who's Antoine? Antoine is one of the escorts they use. They happen to run into each other at a hotel in Vegas, right? But they did. DB, thank you so much for the super together. Never. I'm never gonna use that dumbass beat. Come here, thank you. And Dr. Man 23, thank you so much. Also, Chantal Renee said, proud of you. No one does it like you. Thank you. You ruined everything. I loved you. Don't you know what you went to? How could you do this? You're a dumbass beat. I wanted to be with you. This went on for 2 hours. This ninja acting up and acting a fool, right? He was like, you a cheater. You're a whore. We're never going to be together. Never. I'm never going to do that, right? And she said she saw Diddy a couple days later. She said, I went outside, right? He said, I can't be with you, baby girl. You went outside. You cheated on me, right? And she kept saying, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I should have never gone to Vegas. I should have never done this. I should have never done that, right? She said that, oh, get this. There's proof of all this. So there's videos of her filming herself. And when the camera accidentally pans to her, you see all her bruising and damage. You see all, and the jury saw that, they were like, exactly. You see all, and you see the camera in front of Diddy, and he don't got a mark on him. He is smiling, looking up, don't got one.
I need more verification.
Our guy don't got one knot, don't got anything, right? The jury looked horrified. They're staring at the screen, right? Diddy has no bruising on the video. I said Diddy is an MFing. Listen, he is an MFing demon. A demon. Anyway, you guys, listen. Oh my gosh.
I know she ain't organic. Yeah, oh my God. What kids? Name them. What kids came out and said Diddy touched them? What parents came out and said Diddy touched my child? What parents came out and said that? We know who the girl is. We already know who the girl is.
Yo, what's up, man? I got here about 8:47 p.m. As you know, over the weekend, Puffy's defense team, remember, the issue wasn't raised by Puffy's attorney, but I thought it was highly unethical, and Jonathan Bach brought this out in his cross-examination that the prosecution team, after Mark Agnifilo and the defense team for Puffy gave their opening argument starting this case. That same night, the prosecution met with Dawn Hughes, Dr. Dawn Hughes, who's supposed to be a blind witness, the expert witness, the forensic and clinical psychologist, who charges $600 an hour or $6,000 a day.
Dang.
And she is paid by the Southern District of New York. It was also brought out that, again, after Cassie gave her testimony on the stand, the government again, the prosecution again, met with Dr. Dawn Hughes to go over her testimony again. Dr. Dawn Hughes was working with the prosecution in preparation of their briefs. An example. Let me give you an example. So, what the government is doing, I mean, we already know, right? Fight, and he threw a snowball at the bus and broke the window. Like, these are the things that the prosecution is doing to just poison the jury's mind about how bad Puffy is. Now,
yeah, I told y'all that days ago. Probably like a week ago.
People, from what I'm hearing, are saying, right? Jane Doe.
Guilty of what though?
Has been complaining about the most is how much she loved Puffy. And she is jealous of Gina. She's jealous of Young Miami. She's jealous of this girl named Chelsea in Washington, D.C. Puffy has got all of these women, and Puffy repeatedly tells her in the text messages, Jane Doe is always saying, go be with them other hoes. You know, you don't treat me the way you treat, you treat them. Pappy's Kitchen over there, send me that British pound. I and you're spending time with these other hoes and you don't spend time with me. I want you to spend time with me. You know, she's checking out Young Miami's Instagram. Young Miami's name came up today. Gina's name came up today. Some girl named Cassie's name came up today. All Glow, what up? Why you don't do for me what you do for them? He repeatedly tells her, I'm single.
That Cassie.
I'm single. If you want to leave, leave. You texting me about these women I'm witnessing that, and I told you, Gate, that I got multiple women. I told you that. I got a lot of honey.
That's always been the way.
I told you that.
That's how
you
shit work.
I'm single. I don't need this. You always texting me, telling me what I'm doing wrong. You understand? And all Jane Doe could say, our relationship. She's on the stand. And then she go to crying. She go to crying about Puff being with all these other girls. But he told you what it was from the gate. You understand? And, all she's talking about, I've committed this much time to the relationship, our relationship, and, only time Puffy, whenever Puffy get with her,
got 5 counts.
To do a hotel night, according to her testimony. according to her testimony. Now, we still got to wait on the direct examination. Excuse me. We still got to wait. What you laughing at? You laughing at me? True Hall of Fame, Bill. Very few content creators keep it real like you. That's why I do reactions to your videos. You're a true Hall of Fame. Appreciate you, man. I want to give a shout out to everybody that sent me.
1 in 6 kids.
You took somebody else on your yacht. You promised you was
she
going
was
to take
jealous.
me. This is Jane Doe. Then you was on the podcast bragging about how you had sex for 48 hours straight with her. But with me, it was nothing. Then they never addressed Friday when we closed court. Mark Agnifilo raised the issue about the notes. Jane Doe,
I ain't gonna forget.
she goes in her phone and she types notes to herself. So she says. And Mark Agnifilo, Puffy's lead attorney, raised the issue like, you know, this shouldn't be admissible in court. You understand?
It shouldn't. I said that days ago.
These are just her thoughts. But then
the crazy thing about it, the lawyer said that today. I said that days ago. I said that days ago that her text messages to herself shouldn't be allowed in court. Just like Kid Cudi testimony shouldn't have been allowed in court. Appeals, yo, if Diddy get found guilty, appeals court gonna have a field day with this shit. Cause they going above and beyond the law to try to convict this man on trumped up frivolous charges.
Green Comey says, oh, it references a state
Yo,
of mind. They argued
I'm
about that Friday after court, but they didn't bring it up this morning. So anyway, I'm going to read to you another note that she put up today. This is a note that she wrote to herself. As much as I want to see you, I don't want to feel like a hoe. You have other women. I don't want to be locked in a room to fulfill your sexual fantasies. Puffy hits her back. Girl, that was podcast talk.
Man, shit, Diddy go 72 hours on
If you believe me, Puffy tell her, if you believe that, then don't fuck with me. He
gave her another out. Yo, he gave this girl, how can she say she's sex trafficked when he gave her several outs? Like, yo, their whole situation, yo, he gave this girl several opportunities to leave. Several. How you like, man, like, yo, that shit is like, this case is crazy, man. Get that girl 7 opportunities to leave. It's getting cold down this bitch, y'all. But we'll see what happens tomorrow. I'll tell you this, I'm off tomorrow, so we're gonna be going live early, cause I can't wait until the defense talk to this girl. I'm telling you, y'all, wait till the defense talk to this girl, man. Don't forget, Diddy still paying the bills. You feel me? Wait till the defense talk to this girl. Everybody that listen to these stories and agreed with them, wait till they dive into the part where he supposed to beat her up and did all these things. Why they gonna break her down like a fucking 12-gauge shotgun? You heard me? Break her head straight down. All lies gonna be revealed. Watch. It's gonna be revealed. I can't wait. It should be tomorrow. They had on the prosecution had on the stand for 2 days. It's only gonna take a couple hours for the defense to cut into her. It's fucking chilly now in this bitch. It's only gonna take a couple for the defense to cut into her for real. Real, make sure you hear real. Definitely gotta make sure real in here. Cause real be talking dumb. He been doing that shit for a while now. People lying, y'all. And we know, we gotta stop this believe all victims stuff. Like, believing all victims gonna have you motherfucking gonna have real victims being mistreated because so many people done lied. You know what I mean? That's why it is the way it is. Because we got this mentality of believe all victims. No. I believe the victims that make sense. I mean, I believe the stories that make sense. Not all victims. We might as well say believe all politicians. Believe all politicians, y'all. What's up? What's up? What's up? You might as well. Since we believe in all victims, we might as well believe all politicians too. Believe all movies. Fuck it. Gonna start believing everything out this bitch. People be lying, man. That story sound crazy. If that shit happen, it ain't happen how she. How the fuck you pause this shit? It ain't happen how she explained it. I tell you that motherfucking much. Time is it? 4:30. All right, y'all. Make sure y'all subscribe to the channel if you're new. We're gonna be going live tomorrow sometime. Probably around about 4 or 5 o'clock. Motherfucker CSI Ceddy done got put off the hood. I made that bitch ass nigga apologize. Nigga apologize to the set, homie. They said, maybe you gotta apologize to the set, homie. You guys out here looking bad out here. Now they talking Cali and shit. Looking bad out here, homie. Got the whole hood looking bad. You invite a rat to the hood. Why would you invite a rat to the hood, man? Why did the hood accept the rat? Like, yo, I ain't gonna lie, we can't let the hood off the hook. The hood cannot be let off the hook. Because they accepted the rat. Yo, all I need to be is a leader of the Crips for 5 days. Make me the leader for 5 days. And them niggas gonna pay. Anybody that sat around and allowed Woody to come to the 60s getting automatic put off in a DP. And they gotta move. If they still live in the hood, they gotta move. We putting eviction notices on the door. No, you can't, DC Miro. You cannot become a part of my hood. No. Unless you pay us. You know what I mean? If I was running the gang, if you wanted to be a part of the hood, you can pay us. We'll probably take like $10,000 a month from you. You know what I mean? $10,000 a month. You can rep the set, but you can't come around. I mean, you gotta rep the set from your city. you can't come to the hood and rep. You gotta rep from where you from. And you know what I mean? It's the only way it's gonna work. And you got to pay your dues early. If dues is due on the 5th, you got to pay on the 2nd. That's how we rocking, man. But yo, make sure y'all subscribe to the channel. It's another day of QBG News, and I'm out.